We want to start in 5 minutes. So please take your last coffee, your last bottle of water, or bring also the coffee in the room. Okay. Hello again, dear friends, distinguished speakers, distinguished guests from embassies, Our friends from the German embassy are also here. Thank you that you take your time to attend our international conference about the Black Sea, short Black Sea Conference. And I invite our main partner, or our long-lasting and long-standing partner from European Liberal Forum, who is the main supporter of this event, to have some welcome words. Goran Neralic, head of the program from European Liberal Forum. Goran, please.
Thank you, Reimar. I'll be very short, dear ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor to welcome you here in Bucharest and open this conference also on behalf of the European Liberal Forum. First and foremost, I would like to thank our members, Friedrich-Naumann Foundation for Freedom and Europe-Georgia Institute for organizing this event and including us in this discussion. As you may know, European Liberal Forum is a think tank and a political foundation of the ALDE party. We're also a network of 51 liberal political foundations and NGOs from all across Europe. Our work is usually clustered into two pillars. We do trainings and capacity building in our academy pillar, and also we have a ideas pillar, which is where we try to be a meeting point for liberals to generate new ideas and policies that then inform the European policy making, and especially support our Renew Europe group in the European Parliament. As you are well aware that European security situation has changed dramatically this year, which we couldn't have known when we received the application also for this project. And many organizations, including ELF, has been forced to reconsider its priorities and put some focus on rethinking how the European security architecture should look like to be able to respond to the challenges that are ahead. So we are very grateful that we are part of this discussion, and that the ideas and concepts that will be discussed here can also feed into our own publication that will be coming out until the end of the year. So without further ado, I would like to wish us all a productive 2 days and a successful conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Goran, and I invite George Melashvili, president of the Europe-Georgia Institute, our partner in crime, organizing this amazing event.
Thank you, Reimar. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends and colleagues, honorable speakers, guests of honor, participants and observers. It is a great pleasure for me to greet you here today in Bucharest at the conference of the European Liberal Forum, Friedrich-Naumann Foundation and the Europe-Georgia Institute. It is a great pleasure to see that the conference we started last year continues, expands and gains strength. The goal of the conference this year is ambitious. We want to amplify voices from Eastern Europe and to finally make them heard. Following gigantic tectonic changes in world politics caused by unprovoked and unjustified Russia's invasion in Ukraine, the world as we knew it has changed. And I want to start this conference with a moment of silence to those who died and are dying this very moment to defend their and our freedom. Ladies and gentlemen, Slava Ukraini. Thank you. The whole Black Sea region today is in turmoil. Last year, at the opening of the very first Black Sea conference in Tbilisi, I said that the people in Georgia and Ukraine face existential threats in our struggle for liberty and independence of our nations. I never wished I was more wrong while saying these words, because less than in a few months, Russian tanks advanced on Kiev, And I remember waking up every morning in fear for the fate of Ukraine, Ukraine's capital, and all of us. Today, the determination and heroism of Ukrainian people has not only given their nation a chance to survive, but has also awakened Europe and the West in general. Russia's retreat from Kherson is not an accident, but a demonstration of the will of Ukrainian people, the will that is unbreakable. Just like Kherson is liberated this very moment, so will Donetsk, so will Luhansk, and shortly it will be followed by Tiraspol and also Georgian cities of Sukhumi and Tkhinvali. All nations and regions suffering from Russia's aggression and oppression shall be free. I'm more than sure of that. Because oppression and aggression never prevails. Soviet tanks were crushing democratic uprisings, but the resistance from ordinary, common people continued. Yesterday, on the 9th of November, it was a very important date, an anniversary of a very important event. On November 9, 1989, the symbol of Soviet oppression in Europe, the Berlin Wall, finally fell. And just like it fell in Berlin, Soviet oppression and the remnants of Soviet oppression, the wires and fences that we witness in Eastern Europe will also fall. Because the will of the people shall always prevail. And as liberals, we need to acknowledge this. Liberalism in Eastern Europe, here in Romania, in Georgia, in other nations, was emancipational at its core. Liberals never accepted the imperial way, the Держава, or the Ruski Mir, as we call it in Georgia, offered and pushed on us by Russia, and have always fought against the empire. This is part of our identity, part that needs to be acknowledged and, in some senses, embraced. The age of empires, of conquest, of punishment of small nations has to find its very rightful and very disgusting place as the junkyard of history. The era of naivete, of short sight, of blindness of politicians who were putting short-term gains ahead of values seems to be over, at last, and at least regarding Russia. And Ukraine's victory will make sure of it. This invasion will not only be remembered as a horrific tragedy, but also as a window of opportunity for the Black Sea and also for Georgia, Moldova, and Ukraine to fulfill the will of our people and to finally leave Russian sphere of malign influence and rejoin the European family that we were torn apart from decades, both by the Soviet Union and later by Russia. And I believe that nobody understands the importance of this moment of history better than the people of Romania. I had a chance yesterday to walk in the city and see myself the places where so many brave citizens of Bucharest demonstrated both moral and physical courage while fighting for freedom and independence of your country. The people who put everything online, everything, including their lives, to make sure that Romania is a free and democratic society. And this is the way that lies ahead for the people of Georgia, Moldova, and Ukraine. I would like to express my gratitude to the European Liberal Forum and the Friedrich-Naumann-Stiftung für die Freiheit for your outstanding support to this conference and the people of these countries. In the end, not to spend any more of your precious time, I hope that everyone here with us and also watching us live on Facebook and YouTube, as well as our guests and panelists, will enjoy today's sessions. We believe that liberty, democracy, human dignity are the values and forces much, much more powerful than tanks, fear, corruption, or oppression. These are the values that remain in people's hearts and hopes, no matter of violence and intimidation. And that's why we're here today. Thank you and enjoy the conference.
Thank you, George. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, again, thank you, but I also want to have a warm welcome to our online viewers, because this conference is live broadcasted by the Naumann Foundation channel from Germany, via Facebook and via our YouTube channel. And this was only possible in cooperation with the Naumann Foundation in Bavaria, of course, because there we have a huge Munich security conference. And it's one of the hottest topics. And Mike Schneer, if you see us, thank you again in Bavaria that this conference is broadcasted also to Germany. And let me, before we go to our interesting panels, to say some words about this conference. Why in Bucharest and why security conference? Because we were spinning about the necessity to have an international security conference since last year. I remember that in November, when we are sitting in the Truman House with all the project directors from Eastern Europe of the Naumann Foundation, we started to spin about security threats in our part. The most in the western part didn't believe in the war that is coming. But we here in the eastern part, because the Naumann Foundation is present, of course, in Turkey. We have an office in Ukraine, is still working our office in Ukraine, thanks to our brave local employees there. We had an office in Moscow. Of course, they kicked us out from Russia, but we still work abroad with the Russian opposition. We are present in Romania, in Moldova, of course. I'm the project director for Romania and Moldova. We are present in Bulgaria. So we are present pretty in all the Black Sea, in Georgia, in Armenia, in the Caucasus, of course. My colleague Katrin Banach is here. So it was the topic, okay, we are not maybe present and we are not the biggest expert in defense security. But of course, we are experts in economics, we are liberals in politics, in European politics, in European policies. And all these topics are also part of the broader concept of security. So at that time, we didn't know that it will be a so hot topic, and we see now how fluid things are. Just to give you some examples, yesterday, Romania just announced that a $3 billion deal with US to build 2 more atomic reactors at Cernavodă that will change some energy things in Romania and in the region if this US, Canadian and French technology and project will happen. And we will tackle this in the next day panel. Of course, Ukraine and Moldova have now doors open to access the EU. This is also a topic what we will tackle. Also, we have witnessed how the crisis in Moldova. 1 week ago, when I was in Chisinau, the Minister of Energy just addressed to economy, to the people, to cut a little bit of energy because they have a huge problem in the energy supply because Russian just cut the gas supply, and then in the Transnistrian power plant from Churugan, they cut the energy supply to Moldova. And look what, in just 1 week, Moldova signed with Romania a lot of contracts, and 90% of the energy supply will be provided by Moldova. By Romania to Moldova, according to the news. We will see in the panels if this is true and how it will happen. So things are very fluid in this moment, and things need to be addressed. And I'm happy to hear about all these topics what we will address. And of course, we are a liberal foundation as a Naumann Foundation, and we want also to find together with you as experts and politicians liberal responses and also for the European Liberal Forum here present, to send all these topics and all these answers and solutions, what maybe we will address and find in these 2 days, to Brussels. So, ladies and gentlemen, I invite Shamil. Shamil Shugayev is our project coordinator from Georgia. He will be the moderator of the next panel, and also the next speakers, Nicu Falcoi, Evgenia Gaber, will be online. I hope she's also with us from the Atlantic Council Ukraine, Professor Dr. Sinem Achishmeshe. I hope I'm good, and of course Mr. Professor Liviu Mureșan also. Please take a seat. Dear Shamil, the panel and the moderation is yours.
Thank you, dear Reimar. It is a glad pleasure to be in front of this distinguished audience. And I would like also to say welcoming words to our speakers, Mr. Nicu Falcoi, who is Member of Parliament of Romania and Member of Committee of Defense and NATO Parliamentary Assembly, Ms. Evgenia Gaber, whom we have online, and she's a senior fellow at Atlantic Council and former policy advisor to the Premier Minister of Ukraine. Ms. Sinem Achikmeshe, I hope I did it right, yeah, thank you, from Kadir Has University, International Relations Department, and she's also academic director of Center for Economics and Foreign Policy Studies in Istanbul. And Mr. Liviu Mureșan, Executive President of European Institute for Risk, Security and Communication in Romania. Mr. Mureșan used to serve as Senior Advisor to Prime Minister and Government of Romania. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for joining our panel. My predecessors on the panel, on the tribune, stated actually already a lot of problems that our region is facing right now due to this unprovoked war of Russia on Ukraine. And there are a lot of things to discuss around the Black Sea basin, and this is actually the main purpose that we gathered here. And I would like directly to go with the questions to our panelists, and my first question would go to Mr. Falcoi. We represent different countries, and there are different perceptions in each of the country of this war, and societies and governments react differently. So what is actually the impact of Russo war in the Ukraine, in Romania, how Romanian society and Romanian government perceives it? Thank you.
I hope. Hello? Okay. Thank you for your question. Of course, as any other country from Europe, we feel the influence of the war in Ukraine. And because we have a very big border with Ukrainian, of course we feel it much more than Western countries. We are here. We are trying to help as much as possible the Ukrainian people, and of course, I would like to express my solidarity with Ukraine and Ukrainian people. You know, the lives of each Romanian was influenced by this war, and it's something normal. We faced for many years the influence of Russia in Romania, and we know very well what means that. And once again, we are very close to the Ukrainian people, and we like to help them as much as possible. Anyway, the situation here in Romania has changed since the beginning of the war, since 24th of February. this year. The situation has changed. The focus on the Black Sea has changed because right now all the important players from NATO and the European Union realized that the Black Sea is the center of this issue.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Falcoy, my next question would go to Ms. Achikmeshe, the second big country around Black Sea Basin and also NATO member, Turkey. Actually, I have the same question. What is the perception of the war of Russia in Ukraine in Turkey? Because we know that like President Erdogan has showed different stances towards this, but also besides this question, maybe with a short answer, I would like to ask you about not physical threats that Russia is spreading in our region in form of war, but also about hybrid threats, because the war is not only a physical process, but also a process of mind fight, so to say. Like, what do you think that Russia is doing or trying to achieve with its hybrid war, and how Russia forms its hybrid war in our countries? Thank you.
Okay. Does it work?
Yes.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for inviting me to this great conference. Thank you to the organizers, especially to Friedrich-Naumann-Stiftung, and I am really happy to partner with them in Turkey as well. Your questions, they are very hard to answer, actually. But coming to Turkey's position, officially, Turkey is supporting the European perspective, supporting the European responses on one hand, but on the other hand, I have to be critical here by saying that Turkey is also trying to keep its somehow close relations, but with its ups and downs with Russia. Turkey has this dependency on Russia on many aspects, as the Europeans have, like in energy security issues. Turkey has this dependence, relies on Russian gas at many instances, even though the explorations are happening in the Eastern Mediterranean at times, which gets Turkey in conflict with the European Union, with Greece and with Cyprus, but also in the Black Sea, like other Black Sea littoral countries. But this dependence is a fact, and it cannot be ignored. Also, Turkey has this tensions with within the transatlantic alliance, with its NATO allies, especially with the S-400. And so this keeps Turkey squeezed between European Union, NATO, at one hand, and with Russia and its, I don't want to say close, but fragile relationship with Russia. This is one aspect. Another one, Turkey's official position is to keep the statu quo in the region. Even though the war is going around, one thing that Turkey attaches utmost importance is the continuance of the Montreux Convention to keep the straits secure, and adherence to the Montreux Convention, adherence to international law. So this one aspect of Turkey's policy is getting positive attention from the Europeans. But anyhow, Turkey not being a part of the sanction regime is a problem within the context of the Russian-Ukraine war. But don't forget that, we should not forget that, and Turkey should keep in mind that Turkey is a NATO ally and has to keep its policies in line with NATO when it comes to the war in Ukraine. So this is a short answer, but we can elaborate more with the discussions. Coming to the hybridity of the Russian policies in the region, in the Black Sea region, I mean, we should be having this differentiation of conventional security and non-conventional security. And in my academic work, I try to keep my focus on the non-conventional aspects. And this conference is a great forum for discussing the both aspects here. Conventional-wise, we all know what the Russians are composing a threat to the European region, to the Black Sea region. That is our focus. European Union defined Russia as a threat in its official documents. NATO, in its 2030 document charting a way forward for NATO, defined Russia as a threat. Conventional-wise and non-conventional-wise. The European Union has never been unified as such in its foreign policy and in its security policy so far. This is the first time that the Europeans are unified in terms of providing military aid to Ukraine, in terms of their sanction policy, which is a sound one when compared to the ones that were before. We're going to discuss that. European Union offered candidacy status to Ukraine, offered candidacy status to Moldova, and NATO-wise, because that is an important actor within the region, NATO-wise, NATO activated its NATO response force, and Sweden and Finland. This is unique. This is not thinkable before. Sweden and Finland will become members of NATO soon. There are some challenges, but they will be overcome. So this is how Europeans perceive the Russian threat. And maybe two important aspects: energy security and food security, the hybrid perception. Energy security, it's widely known that Europe and the Black Sea region is relying on Russian gas, even though the explorations are happening within the region. It's not only the need of energy, but also the transit routes. The Black Sea region is very important for the transit routes. And I mean, the threat Russia posing is well obvious in this aspect. So if the energy supply chain is disrupted, then it will genuinely jeopardize cohesion in Europe. And Russia is doing everything to crack the sanction regime, and Russia is doing everything to divide Europe. One example is when it decided to stop gas shipments to Poland and Bulgaria. So the Europeans, just if I have time, I would like to focus on food security as well. Another aspect of Russian unconventional threat is about food security. First of all, what it did with blocking the Black Sea ports of Ukraine, of bombing Ukraine's farmable areas, how it stopped food transit to all of the world. It's not only Europe that needs Ukrainian wheat, Ukrainian grain. It's also a global need. It creates a global security problem. It's not only a European security problem per se, because I mean, Europeans buy maize, as far as I know, from Ukraine, and Ukraine is the provider of sunflower seed oil to many parts of the world. So it's the 5th exporter of wheat and 4th of maize. Please correct me if I'm wrong. Maybe Yevgenia would tell better about this. So there's a huge reliance on Ukraine agri-production to Asia, to Africa. But if it is cut, then there's a global food security problem that we are talking about. So European wheat or grain necessity can be overcome at some point, but if Ukraine cannot export, it's not only a problem for Ukraine, then Europe has to alleviate what Ukraine cannot deliver. Because of its humanitarian policy, it has to spend a lot of money on providing aid to many parts of the world. So, wrapping up, it's not only a problem of conventional warfare, what Russia is challenging Black Sea, Europe, and the whole world. It is also about unconventional types of security. I've just focused on energy security. I focused on food security. These are the problems that Russia is is the reason. But also, we could talk about immigration as a problem, as an offshoot of Ukraine war. But also, it's not only about the war, but it's a global problem, global warming as part of Black Sea security problems. And I stop here. Maybe we can have more discussions.
Sure, we will have a possibility. Thank you for this input. And I would like to switch to Ms. Evgenia Gaber with a pretty general question, but I'm sure that everyone in this hall and outside of it watching the conference are very interested and keen to know what is the security situation in Ukraine right now. We know that it's changing day by day. So, and I'm very keen to hear from you as from Ukrainian what is happening right now in the Ukraine. How is the mood of the people? How is the mood of the government? Please tell us.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you, Shamil, and thank you very much for the invitation. I really appreciate this chance to be a part of a very distinguished panel. And greetings from Odessa, just from the Black Sea shore where I am based. And of course, thank you for the words of solidarity that we've heard so far. We really appreciate this in Ukraine, that this is not only a Ukrainian war. And I think this is one of the main results and main consequences of the recent developments, that finally, it's pretty clear that we're not talking only about the Russian-Ukrainian war, or Russian aggression in Ukraine, but actually about the European war. The European war for liberal values, for basic principles of international law, for generally the rules-based world order. So that's why, of course, one of the positive things, if there is a silver lining in the whole thing about aggression, is that the Black Sea region has moved from the periphery of the European Union and European security to the epicenter of it. Getting back to your question, Shamil, about what is the situation in Ukraine now, well, everyone is discussing now developments around Kherson and quite successful counteroffensive of the Ukrainian armed forces there. So, of course, there are some optimistic expectations about how Ukraine will liberate its lands and also its people living on the occupied territories. And I think this is a very important accent and focus here, that we're not only talking about fighting for our lands, but also for those people who are very often killed and tortured to death in the occupied territories, right? So there is this optimism. On the other hand, we should not delude ourselves that this is another gesture of goodwill from the Russian Federation and that it's going to be very simple for us and for our partners. Unfortunately, even though we have all these statements about withdrawing forces from the military leadership of Russia, we still see how Russia is bringing more and more troops to the Kherson region in the south of Ukraine, including the newly mobilized forces And I don't really think that the whole narrative which has been promoted now very often about peace talks with Russia is a helpful one. Because you know that the country which is bombing the critical infrastructure, energy infrastructure, and since I'm based in Odessa, I can tell you that every Monday we have Black Mondays because we have a massive missile attacks with Iranian drones, with Russian missiles on critical energy infrastructure, residential areas, and so on. So this is not the way how the country who wants peace talks, meaningful peace talks, behaves. And of course, the same goes for in general, what we are expecting from a country whose words cannot be trusted and agreements with which are not kept. So probably one of the main takeaways from my remarks today would be that we have to have meaningful talks with Russia, and we want to have a sustainable peace with Russia, not an operational pause just to regroup forces and just to buy some time and to gain some strategic advantages here. So for that reason, what Ukraine is saying all the time, that we first need Russia to be defeated, Russian forces to be defeated on the battlefield, and afterwards we can have a meaningful talk with the Russian leadership. Probably after Putin's regime, that's to be discussed, of course, we can talk about that. But before, we really want to be sure that there will be no opportunity for Russia to attack again, not only Ukraine, but also other countries like Georgia, Moldova, and some other countries in the region. So another thing here in this regard is that in a way, this is a use it or lose it moment for many countries in the region, not only for Ukraine. Because if we're talking about defending the principle of territorial integrity, if we're talking about defending the principle of generally the sovereignty of states, not only in domestic politics, but also in their foreign policies, then this is the moment to actually prove that we are not only talking about this, but that we are ready to defend these principles. So in case we have a success story in Ukraine, the same will follow for Georgia, the same will follow for Moldova. I'm pretty sure that we have seen recent developments in Azerbaijan as well, in the South Caucasus. So in a way, I think the remarks during the recent Crimean platform meeting in Zagreb, where President Zelensky mentioned that the same platforms for the deoccupation of territories can be formed not only in Ukraine, but also in all countries of the Black Sea region whose territories have been occupied by Russia, would be a very right move in a right direction, because this is the time when we can actually go back to the core values and principles of Europe, of the European Union, and prove that liberalism is not a synonym of being toothless, of being inactive, of being lacking of some kind of leadership or political appetite to act. I think this is, and that's another point which I do want to underline here, that at this point we have to prove that liberalism, democratic values, the general way of life, and again, rules-based world order is something we are ready to fight for. And I think this war of Russia and Ukraine has shown this dramatic shift in the European security, showing that there are no old Europe and new Europe. There are no those countries who are traditionally perceived as locomotives or drivers of some changes or some processes. But there are countries, a coalition of the will, I would call it, who are ready to fight for their democracies and freedoms, and those countries who are still reluctant or hesitant to do so. And when we look at the Black Sea region especially, and this has been mentioned several times so far, those countries who were probably the first to step in and help Ukraine, those were Poland, Baltic states, countries of the Central and Eastern Europe, because those countries know what it is to live under the Soviet or Russian occupation. We appreciate a lot support of our German partners and American partners and the UK and all others in Europe, for sure. This is important. But what I want to say is when you look at the proportion of the help that we get, sometimes it gets as much as 1/3 of the military budget of Estonia, for example. So this is also a shift in the regional and European security when we see new countries coming up and being ready to fight for their European future. Last point here, just not to take too much of your time, is that of course we are talking about the weaponization of everything, like Sinem has already mentioned, food, refugees, energy resources, whatever humanitarian problem we might have, you name it. This is all being weaponized by the Russian Federation. This is all being misused for blackmailing of the world, nuclear power plants, not only tactical nukes, but also nuclear power plants that are very often occupied and people there taken hostages by Russia. This all shows us that, in fact, we're not only dealing with aggressive Russia, but also with a liberal actor, which has nothing to do with international law, human rights, Geneva Conventions, and so on. So it's really important how we respond to the challenges here in this part of the world, because this is how we will shape the general future of the European security. And if we allow Russia to get away with what it has done and just have any kind of peace talks, any kind of compromises and negotiations, now it means that we're legitimizing tortures, that we're legitimizing war crimes, that we're legitimizing mass atrocities. So in a way, it's important also to bring to justice those responsible for all these crimes. And Romania has just joined, as you know, the general group of 7 or 8 countries who will be really investigating the war crimes here in Ukraine. So that's another humanitarian aspect of liberal societies and liberal security, human security, which is not very much discussed, but that is why we need to have this international tribunal. So to wrap up,
thank you very much.
Generally to share the mood of Ukrainian people here, I think that what we see here in Ukraine, but maybe not everyone anywhere in the world see this, that this is a perfect moment for the world generally to show that we can be brave, we can be bold, we can be very resolute in defending and fighting for our values, because this is a perfect situation when there is no dilemma between democracy and security. There is no dilemma between, human rights, democracy, liberal freedoms, and realpolitik. It's both moral and pragmatic to invest in Ukrainian security and in the Black Sea regional security, because this is how we are investing in the European security generally.
Thank you, Ms. Gabor, for this input. I would like to ask Mr. Mureșan a question with a perspective into the future. We have heard here statements of our guests which are regarding impact or influence of Russia on respective countries, Romania, Turkey, very big impact on Ukraine. As a Georgian citizen, I can confirm this, that Russia has a lot of impact in different dimensions on our countries. But there will be also another scenario after the war. Ms. Gabor mentioned that after Ukraine will win the war, there will be much more space of positive developments for Eastern European countries, like, for example, are Moldova and Georgia, and so on. And my question to you is, from the analytical perspective, I think it is the right time to ask such kind of questions in advance. What are the risks of relations with Russia in the future, with post-war Russia? Both for your country, maybe for other countries, but also for blocs like NATO and European Union. So where do you see the risks, possible risks in relations with Russia after the war? Thank you. I think it's already, yes.
Yeah, thank you so much for inviting me for this discussion. And I was very pleased to listen different points of view, parliamentary one, university, from the prestigious university in Istanbul, and also from with the boots on the ground, the realities. So the things are moving so fast and with not too much visibility if we are speaking about the real developments of facts. Watching the TV channels, it must be not the only one source of having the information about the developments. We have to take into account that before to leave for China, the Chancellor Olaf Scholz had a phone conversation with President Erdogan, and in which they both stressed the need of having a continuity in relations with Russia. We need to have more details, which is a concept in the future, how to deal with Russia, which Russia. In the same time, we have the developments on the ground, the military one, what we are seeing each day, each hour. But it's also a very vivid exchange of communication between, not only between Ukraine and United States, Ukraine and NATO and other Western allies, but also between United States and Russia. This channel of communication, military or security, is maintained, and it's important for the security and stability in the region. Sullivan and Director Burns and traveled there and are committed for a development of a kind of a strategy how to deal with Russia. These developments in Kherson in the last hours are quite tricky, so we know from the military science that not always a step behind means not preparing something 2 steps ahead. So it's a problem. It is now tackled with very careful by the authorities in Ukraine, these moves of Russians. We have to decipher. They were obliged by the authority or by the heroism of Ukrainian on the front, or from a signal received to prepare the future negotiations. We don't know what will happen, which will be the next step. In any case, it was a huge mistake made by Russia. It is recognized by not only by the opposition, but the intellectuals and more people, civil and military, have recognized that Russia committed big mistakes, and this is we have to take into account the heavy price paid, mainly by Ukraine and also by Russia, for many lives which died, millions of refugees, and reconstruction of the country, which is reinventing the country, Ukraine, which will take decades, not years, decades, because it's so complicated to rebuild a country like Ukraine. In the same time, we can see that any kind of opportunity of dialogue, it's more important as tough statements about military successes, because we have to think on medium and long term, and to look what can be done to bring back a sort of dialogue, and then peace, what it means peace, we have to see. In this respect, We have already in Russia the heavy price of the sanctions. We have also Russia, which is not more at the international tables as negotiator and global actor. And they are willing to come back, but we will see which will be the price to pay to come back to the negotiations. The first exam will be in G20, participation of Russia, acceptance by the other countries to the discussions, to have a real assessment about security on the global level. In the same time, a factor which is key for, let's say, controlling Russia, it's China. This was a good idea to travel by Chancellor Scholz to travel to Moscow. It was 11, 12 hours, not only with business people, but to have direct discussion in Beijing, the direct discussion with the leader, Xi Jinping, and to emphasize the need of sending strong messages by China as an important partner of Russia. Strong messages not to use nuclear force, to be more open for dialogue, and to start to follow some rules to behavior in international arena. I have a personal opinion that in the next days, by the meeting between President Xi Jinping and the leader of Saudi Arabia, Prince bin Salman, which is a historical visit, is not only bilateral. It is much bigger, on a broader picture, and it's including to bring Saudi Arabia in this international construction, Shanghai Cooperation Organization, to this BRICS and so on, but also to be active at this international level, but also to see how Russia will play and will be accepted for the dialogue. You remember that Russia was close to Saudi Arabia for different moves, quantity of production, new solution of payments, avoiding the sanctions and so on. So there are actors, new actors, regional new actors, which is very important contribution in the future. So we have to look more closely to Saudi Arabia, and also in the north. My opinion is that Kazakhstan is a very important player, and also because Kazakhstan's not only with a presence in Russian area there, but also with the intention to come towards south with connections for trade, energy, and so on. Let's see what will happen, because Turkey have played a very fair, in my opinion, game. President Erdogan was a very good player, and with Russia, and had the capacity to stay in front of Putin when he was strong, and to be there also when Putin is not more so strong. It's weaker. Because Russia, we must bring Russia to the dialogue, and Turkey has a very important role in this respect. Turkey played very well in military, not only on the ground, but also production of military. Turkey played very well with migrants, which are a weapon of mass destruction. And you know, the effort of Turkey with millions of Syrians before the other refugees, we have forgotten Syrians, refugees, then the energy hub which is building Turkey with bringing Russia in connection, and all these pipelines are bringing dependencies. So you have a limited capacity of playing your own game if you are part of producer or consumer of energy. We have also Turkey, which is looking about establishing relations in the region. They played an interesting role, and they used, my opinion, Erdogan used very well the absence of Israel in this game, because without Netanyahu, Israel had not a tough negotiator. So Erdogan have filled all this empty place in this part with his capacity of negotiation, imposing, also sending tough messages to Russia.
Thank you very much for this input, Mr. Mureșan. Just to very shortly elaborate on it, my impression is that you were speaking about raising of the role of countries in the Black Sea region in the sense of new opportunities for European Union to deal with countries of Middle Asia and Orient. So that countries like, for example, Georgia, Ukraine, Moldova, and other basin countries, Romania and Bulgaria, they are gaining more importance in connection of the EU towards the energy sources coming from Middle Asia, from Kazakhstan and from Turkmenistan. But also some interesting points on Turkey, which I would later would like to go to Ms. Açıkmeşe. But before that, I would like again to switch to Mr. Falco. Your first answer was more of introductory kind, so I would like you now to elaborate more on the first question about the impact of the Russian war in Ukraine in Romania, but I would also make a small addition to my question, which is what is Romania's position in bilateral and multilateral formats, first of all regarding the EU enlargement, granting EU candidacy to Moldova, Ukraine and Georgia, and furthermore than the membership of these countries in the European Union. Thank you.
Yes, my first answer was very short. I didn't know very well the format of the panel, because I wrote down a lot of ideas regarding the position of Romania and the situation in Black Sea region. So the situation has changed a lot since the invasion of Ukraine in 23rd of February. The situation has changed in terms of forward presence, first of all, of NATO troops. As you know, before this event, the eastern flank of Europe, of NATO, was divided in two. In the northern part of Europe, we had enhanced forward presence. So NATO sent their troops, but not in large number. And in the southern part of the alliance, in the southeastern part of alliance, I mean in Romania and Bulgaria, NATO refused to send troops. We had tailored forward presence, only a program to make training here in Romania to show the presence of NATO troop, of course, to deter Russia, but was not enough. I was speaking about one flank, one threat, one presence since 5 years ago, but nobody wanted to listen to me till these events in February when Ukraine was invaded by Russia, and the mind of the leaders of NATO has changed. So they decided to send forward presence, to have forward presence and send troops even in Romania and Bulgaria also. And only in Romania, the number of troops have increased from 4,000 to 10,000. We have now in Romania a battle group led by France, and also we have a presence of United States troop in Mihail Kogălnicianu next to the Black Sea. So this is very important for the entire security situation in Romania, and not only in Romania, because the Black Sea became the center of all the threats that Russia made to all the countries around. So right now we know very well that United States sent the second carrier, and it's not only a carrier, it's a battle group there in the Mediterranean. It's the first time when this happened, something like this. That's why I said that Black Sea will become in the future a central focus for NATO. And it's very important, in my opinion, after the war will finish. If the countries around Black Sea will convince United States to send a battle group, a naval battle group with permanent presence in Black Sea, at least in my opinion. So for the future, Romania will support, of course, all the integration aspiration of Ukraine and Moldova, of course. We're going to be your supporter in this race, because it is a race for Moldavia and also for Ukraine.
My question was expanded also to Georgia. So
Georgia too. Yeah, you're right. Georgia too, because there are only few countries very close to European politics, European way of life. They want to be part of European, and Georgia is, of course, one of these countries. So we're going to support Georgia too for his dream to integrate in European Union.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you also for this positive statement in the end. And I would like to switch now to Ms. Achik-Meshe. You made several interesting statements. For example, about the dependence of the countries of the region on Russian energy sources, and about position of Turkey with aiming the remain of status quo in the region. I would like in some kind to oppose also this position, because we see that Turkey did well, as Mr. Mureșan was mentioning it, but it was not really there for the remaining of status quo. We have seen the situation in the South Caucasus, in the war between Azerbaijan and Armenia, that Turkey had a very clear position, and this position was actually pushing Russia out of the region and increasing Turkish presence in the region first, and then also Turkey showed its power or its influence also regarding these trade routes coming from the Ukraine to other countries. And also I would like to kind of oppose or maybe question your position about the dependence of the countries of Black Sea region on Russian energy sources, because there are a lot of alternatives. For example, gas and oil coming from countries of Mid-Asia, but also from Azerbaijan. And for me as Georgian is a very clear and strong position there to be a corridor for the countries of European Union, but first of all also for countries of Black Sea region in this function of the transit for energy. So what would be your assessment on that, on these arguments coming from the eastern part of Black Sea region? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you both for your comments and feedback. And I'm glad to hear there's a positive view outside Turkey, but within Turkey, as an academic working on foreign policy issues, security, and especially the European, the EU region or Europe as a whole, I mean, the perspective or the feedback within is not the same as what you are saying right now. I agree about the fact that Turkey took a good part in the mediation efforts. It was Antalya Diplomacy Forum organized by the Foreign Ministry that made for the first time the foreign ministers of Ukraine and Russia come together, and then Turkey took the lead, not the lead, but Turkey took a good part in the Black Sea grain deal. So mediation-wise, yes, I agree that Turkey did a good job, but that was for Turkey's interest. Turkey did not do it for the well-being of itself, well-being of the region, or having idealist tendencies. Turkey did it for the sake of its special relationship with Russia. So this we have to criticize at some point, because Turkey's definition of Turkey's definition of national interest is somehow different, which is guided by the ruling regime's interests. It's not Turkey's foreign policy interests in a general sense. Turkey is diverging from its European partners, its NATO allies, and that is the traditional Turkish foreign policy since its establishment. Westernization, Europeanization, they're good words, and this is the whole Turkish foreign policy identity is based, but the ruling regime right now in Turkey, the AKP regime, has somehow a different interest-driven foreign policy, which makes it having good connections with Russia based on its reliance, first of all, its material reasons, its reliance on gas, and secondly, Turkey needs to find an alternative route for its foreign policy. With the European Union, I mean, since 1999, Turkey is a candidate country, but Turkey is not fulfilling the EU criteria for some time. And also, I'm not just saying it to Turkey, but I'm also saying it to the European Union. The European Union is not fulfilling its promises to Turkey. So there's a two-way problem between Turkey and the EU. Turkey is not running towards its European credentials, European ideals on one hand. Secondly, NATO and the US. Turkey has a troubled relationship with the United States for some time, with many factors included, economically and politically. And the breaking point was the S-400, especially. It cracked the relationship with the US, the special relationship with the US, and also NATO. So Western links are broken, and Turkey has to find a way in which it could be having an alternative route, and that alternative route happened to be Russia at some point. But it has its ups and downs. I'm not saying that the road is very rosy. All we know that it is also thorny as well, Turkey having its ups and downs with Russia. So it's material reasons that Turkey has this connection with Russia. It's identity-driven reasons. There are a lot of reasons that we could elaborate more, but those two prevail when it comes to Turkey's relationship with Russia. So I totally agree with both of you. While you say that Turkey is doing a good job in the mediation efforts, yes, someone has to do that. And Turkey, being a middle power within this region, proving itself as a rising power within the region, is doing that in a good way. But on the other hand, this is not for the sake of the region, this is not for the sake of peace, this is of course, Turkey's material justifications. And I also forgot to mention, but I mentioned in the first round of presentations, Turkey's special position in terms of the protection of the security of the straits. That is very important for Turkey, and that part has been appreciated by the European, Turkey's European friends, European partners. On the Russian gas reliance in Black Sea and Europe, especially my focus was about Europe per se. Europe is in great need as far as I read from the papers, but I'm not an energy expert, so I cannot talk about the percentages of gas needs or other types of needs. But I mentioned the fact that I want to correct if I said it wrong. Exploration about gas is happening within the region, so many initiatives that we hear about, including Turkey, doing something in the Eastern Mediterranean, doing something in the Black Sea. So yes, everybody is looking for alternatives right now. Alternatives in the conventional sense, also clean energy or green energy types of alternatives, which the European Union focusing on right now. But I mean, I'm not an expert on the percentages of the needs, but we should not ignore the fact that there is a reliance, and this is why everybody is looking for alternatives, and we would be very happy if there are alternatives of energy sources, both conventional-wise, but rather and preferably the green energy ones for that would help also to provide energy security within the Black Sea, but also in Europe and and globally as well. So I stop here for the moment.
Yeah, thank you very much. Before I go with the questions to Ms. Gabar and Mr. Mureșan, I would like to ask the audience to prepare your question, which you will have chance to ask after the statements of Ms. Gabar and Mr. Mureșan. And my next question to Ms. Gabar, we were touching EU enlargement, and the candidates for EU enlargement towards East are since a pretty long time, I mean, not official candidates, but candidates in mind are Ukraine, Moldova, and Georgia. Georgia used to be kind of a leader of this trio in sense of reforms and getting closer to the EU. In the last time, we have this switch, I would say so, in this trio, and Ukraine is clearly leader of these three countries in the relations with EU. So what is your assessment, or what is, maybe if you can elaborate also on this, could be position of Ukraine in the future? Which role Ukraine will play in EU enlargement, and will it support Moldovans and Georgians onto the path of EU enlargement? Thank you.
Thank you, Shamil, for your questions. I will just very briefly react to the previous remarks, if I may, because I do believe it's important to show different perspectives on what is being discussed. Well, first, I totally support Sinan, because if you wonder how Turkey's role is viewed from Ukraine, that's an interesting question. First, of course, it's very much appreciated, both because of the help with the straits and also swap of prisoners and then the grain deal. But on the other hand, I mean, the problem that I have with Turkey's position is that I always hear about these two parties of the conflict that have to be brought to the table of negotiations, that Turkey wants to remain neutral in this conflict, and this is an official rhetoric, so it's not something that I'm talking about, it's President Erdogan's statement there, that we have to respect both parties and so on. And this is the major problem that I have, because we don't have two parties of the conflict, and we don't have two countries which are fighting for some contested territories or some divergent interests. We're talking about invasion of one sovereign country by the other aggressor country, and we have to be very clear about wording, about terms, and about how we classify what is going on. It's not a war of choice for Ukraine. Ukraine is trying to protect its territories, and Ukraine is trying to protect its people who are being killed everywhere, civilians, military, women, children, and so on. So the whole rhetoric about this need for dialogue, taking into consideration interests of both parties and so on, it's kind of problematic for me, because we do want to be and need to be very clear about what is going on here. Second point, of course, mediation efforts are important, but sometimes it's also important to compare what we might have had otherwise. Had we, for example, Turkey, who would completely be in line with the European Union, NATO, Ukraine's policies and its own national interests, because I do believe that strong Ukraine is in Turkey's best interests, because Russia is a rival, Russia is a threat, and in certain circles in Turkey there is this understanding. So had Turkey joined the sanctions and thus deprive Russia of this channel of trade with Turkey, but also via Turkey with other countries, what would be the result then? We would see a much more weakened Russian economy. Had Turkey, for example, let's say, be more clear on its energy policy, not increasing its dependence on Russia with all these energy hub talks and discussions, but be very clear about the fact that energy and all money that we pay for energy resources to Russia is going to Russian budget, and then it turns into missiles and drones which fall on our Ukrainian heads, for example. Had Turkey not objected to having a forward presence or a permanent presence of NATO in the Black Sea, what would be the situation then? Because going back to this discussion, you know, about battle group in the Mediterranean, permanent presence, where it will be, whether it will be possible or not to have it in the Black Sea, no, because of the Turkish position. And Turkey closed the straits not only for Russian warships, but also for the NATO warships, because it didn't want kind of escalation in the Black Sea. And when we were talking about this war of drills and exercises before this invasion in 2021, when Russia was closing huge parts of the Black Sea under the pretext of the drills and exercises, and then in fact this blockade of the Sea of Azov, Mariupol, Berdyansk, partially the southern coast of Ukraine, has paved the way to this maritime dimension, naval dimension of Russian aggression. Turkey has always been very hesitant about whether it wants to see more of NATO in the region or not, and Romanian idea, by the way, of Black Sea flotilla never happened, also because of these, you know, discussions about whether we want to have more of NATO in the region or not. So it's a very tricky question. We do appreciate what Turkey has been doing for Ukraine, for sure. Turkey has not recognized illegal annexation of Crimea and other regions. Turkey has provided drones to Ukraine, but on the other hand, it's always a reference point on what might have been a situation had Turkey behaved different in certain issues. Second thing, very briefly about dialogue and about Mr. Mureșan's ideas of dialogue and having these negotiations with Russia. I mean, I always wonder what would be the idea of having a dialogue with Russia. We have had dialogue with the current Russia in its current state and with its current regime. We have been having dialogue for 8 years. Even more if you take into consideration Georgia, Russian aggression in Georgia in 2008, and then we had Minsk agreements, and then we have normative format, and then we had dialogues for 8 years, which has resulted in the current invasion of Ukraine, full-scale aggression of Russia in Ukraine now. President Macron went to have dialogue with Putin, and he was lectured an alternative version of history for 4 hours, and then he went back to France saying that he cannot talk to Putin anymore. I mean, there is no idea of having dialogue with President Putin just because it has no practical result. Any agreement is based on the fact that it has to be kept. Name me, please, one of the Russian commitment that has been kept by the Putin's regime, starting from Budapest Memorandum up to very recent negotiations and talks and ideas. So we are not against negotiations in principle. For sure, any war will be ended with negotiations, but these have to be negotiations from the position of strength, and not from a position of weakness. And for that, we have to get back to our borders of 1991. So once Russia withdraws its forces back to the 1991 status, then we are ready to have negotiations with Russia. Finally, going to the European Union question, association trio, and the whole thing about enlargement. Well, obviously, Ukraine has been very clear and vocal from the very beginning that when we're talking about the Eastern Partnership, there are two or even more different dimensions and layers and levels of this partnership now, because you cannot put in the same basket Belarus, which has been de facto annexed by Russia, and then Ukraine, Georgia, Moldova, and then Armenia and Azerbaijan, which are also absolutely different positions now, both in terms of security, democracy, and their perspectives of the European future. Within this trio, Ukraine has also been very clear that this is something that we have been supportive of course, Moldova's accession, of course, Georgia's EU membership as well, and I'm pretty sure that Georgia at some point will have a change of either leadership or leadership's course, because this is also in the best interest of Georgia to become EU member, and Ukraine is ready to be a leader here, not because this candidate status has been granted to us just because of the political will or political decision to praise us for our war with Russia. This is one aspect, and this has triggered the whole process. But let us not forget the whole reform process, which has been there for years and years. The whole homework which Ukraine has done within these years as well. Starting from 2018, we've been in a very close dialogue, actual association agreement with the European Union, from cybersecurity to reforms to the 90% of convergence and overlapping with all foreign policy and security policy decisions of the European Union. So Ukraine has done a lot of job there to become a candidate and hopefully a member of the European Union. And I think that our countries are ready to become leaders in reforming the European Union in a good way. Because the situation, this is my last point, the situation around Ukraine has shown us all vulnerabilities and all gaps to be filled in many international organizations, starting from the veto power in the United Nations Security Council, when Russia and China can block any decision, to problems with consensus and unanimity principles within NATO and European Union, when such countries as Hungary, for example, can block the whole process, which is, I mean, not the most liberal country at the moment, for such countries as Ukraine, Moldova, or others who want to make their way to the European Union as a democracy. So I think in a way this is a bilateral two-way process of Ukraine and the countries being ready to adapt and adopt themselves to the EU standards, but in a way also there is work to be done for the European Union to be ready to enlarge and to deepen its internal processes with the accession of the new members.
Thank you, Ms. Gaber. Yes, we know the strong and long-lasting position of Ukrainian people supporting the idea of pro-Europeanism, and this position is also backing nowadays government position of the Ukraine. Thank you for that. And my last question before we go to the audience, to Mr. Mureșan. The Russian war in Ukraine put a lot of, maybe not dividing lines, but clarifying lines on our continent. And there are a lot of conversations about like old world represented by Russia, new world represented by EU, but also old Europe and new Europe. Like when we speak about new Europe, it's more about Baltic countries and Poland, and Europe, old Europe is like Central Europe countries like France and Germany. So where do you see Romania? Is Romania old Europe in this regard or new Europe in this regard? And coming from your position, from your answer on this, what is the role of Romania being new Europe or old Europe? Thank you.
So let me continue what our colleague from Kiev have mentioned. I had the chance in the last 20 years, 25 years to travel several times in Ukraine with different programs, maybe 10, 15 times, organizing events, training courses, helping the drafting of the strategy of Ukraine on critical infrastructure protection with the Institute of your President and so on, with NATO, with United States, Western countries and so on. So I have seen also bright young people willing to help the country to understand what is happening, looking toward West and so on. But I've seen a lot of people which were quite confused about their identity, the role of Ukraine and so on. So on 24th of February, when I discovered the dramatic changes in the geopolitical area of Romania, I was really thinking that Ukraine have less chances to survive on the aggression of Russia. But then we have seen, all of us, step by step, how Ukrainian people have started to fight civilian, military, but also the civilian population, to defend their country with a huge support from the United States, Western countries, and all kind of military and non-military support. So now we have to speak about a new Ukraine in the moment of negotiation of peace or a sort of agreement. And the chances for your generation to build up this new kind of Ukraine, and also to understand how complex and full of responsibility it's a way to be member of European Union or NATO. I had several discussions in your country and also to international events about the way in which you are, in your country, authorities are treating the minorities. Romania has about 1 million Romanians there. It's an important one in northwestern part of the country. It's a problem of their identity, of surviving, but also surviving of the language. And it's the same thing with the language of the Russian language, because it's also a minority of Russian. We have to see which identity they will have in the future, Polish, Jewish, and so on. So it's not possible to be member of European Union from a day to other or in a short period of time. Romania took about 20 years to be, when we started the first trip to Parliamentary Assembly of Council of Europe in Strasbourg, and learning all the process. So we started the dialogue with the minority, the Hungarian minority in Romania, and having the dialogue and the cooperation and so on. They are part now of the political spectrum and so on. It's a reality. So it's a long way, and you have to take care on all these details. It's not possible to have a change, completely change in this respect. So first. Second, it's very important development with participation of the young generation and of the women on these processes of transformation of the new start in politics. I want to congratulate Naumann Foundation as an Institute of Liberty and Rights, and I'm looking to you, and you are the real players and builders on your countries, and security and stability in the whole region. It's difficult now to say old Europe, new Europe, and so on. Now it's much more discussed about unipolar world, multipolar world, and so on, or the North, or the global South, and so on. We are experiencing dramatic changes. It's not clear the drawing of this development. And I advise you, it was published some days ago, a study in Institut Montaigne about the situation of the geopolitical environment. And one of the conclusions, and also in the title, is mentioned that the world will be not more as before. This is a first conclusion. How? Nobody knows. Despite of the interest of different parts of the powers of the world and so on, of the local population, which have a word to say, nobody knows exactly how the things are going. The very important thing is that each country has a clear, by their politicians, a clear national interest, which Romania must work on that, my dear colleague, because I was also parliamentarian, so I know that we have a duty to have a clear national interest, to promote the interest, to have a strategic vision, to have a dialogue like that, to accommodate with the interest of each country, how far I can go with my rights and not hurting the interest of my neighbors and so on. So knowing that, we can build, first of all, European Union, which can be enlarged, or I don't know exactly how it will be the form in the future. But most of these countries represented here and by internet have a role to play. You are now in a much better position. You have very good sources of information. You have the chance to meet now after the pandemic, to exchange ideas, to participate to trainings, to programs again. And this will be a chance for you and for this kind of strategic vision of our Europe, of our united Europe. Don't look to the last document which was presented by President van der Leyen some weeks ago with a message of European Union. If you are reading that, it's far from being a document which is bringing the vision for the next period of time. We have to rely on countries of European Union, founding countries of European Union like Germany, like France, others which are contributing now for building these new pillars of security, stability in Europe. And I wish you all the success as a young generation. And I'm convinced that the future will be not bright, it's too much to say, but it will be secure for your generation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for cherishing our generation in these tough times, but also thank you for congratulations to the work which Friedrich-Naumann Foundation does, and here on the ground these congratulations go to Mr. Rainer Wagner and Adriana Steau for sure. So I would like to ask the audience if there are some questions which you would like to introduce to our panelists. Please just raise your hands. So, yes, please.
Well, I have a question coming from a friendly and constructive point of view. So the question might sound harsh, but it has a constructive aim. The thing is, the problem in Ukraine started 8 years ago, and it's to me astonishing that this country has not prepared itself over 8 years for this conflict. It relies now on input, on enormous input from other countries. So what are the lessons? This is a question. What are the lessons to be drawn? Because you see, military is paid to have plans drawn out for future situations, like this one, right? So this is the question. What are the lessons to be drawn for the future from the lack of preparedness, not only of Ukraine, but of the EU?
Thank you for the question. We missed the introduction of yourself.
My name is Gabriel Barla. I'm an expert in systemic corruption in Romania and the EU.
So
I have been studying it for the past 8 years in a systematic petitioning form, and I have documentary proofs
Thank you
of
very much for this question.
this sort of...
So it means it goes to our Romanian guests, right? Or okay.
Really,
Whoever
is
wants to answer this.
is anything being done to have plans for the future for other tricky scenarios?
Okay, I see Mr. Falcoy already holds the microphone. So
Yes, I will try to answer to your question. You know, not only Romania didn't prepare for this war. Everybody knows that Russia is aggressive. Everybody knows about the Crimea. And all the Europe didn't do anything to this. And you know, there are few countries in Europe which were much closer to the Russia than almost all the other countries. Because every time when I talk, at least when I talk with politicians from the Western Europe, that they told me, you know, I know that you believe that Black Sea is the hottest place in the world, because for me as Romania, of course, Black Sea is the hottest place in the world. But, you know, we have to do some business with Russia. Fortunately, after this full invasion of Ukraine in February, I think that Europe learned his lesson. Not only Europe, even Romania. And in my opinion, at least, we already started to prepare for future events. That's why right now, Black Sea, it's in the center of all the security concerns. That's why Romania increased his defense budget from 2% to 2.5%, and not only Romania, many countries from Europe started to increase their budget for the defense. And not only this, because there are also, you know, the politics that we should develop in the future. We have to be prepared, much better prepared to face such kind of events. And in my opinion, at least, we have to look very careful to what China is doing right now, not only Russia. So, I repeat, in my opinion, we learned our lesson and we started to prepare for future events like this one.
Thank you, Mr. Falcoy. I see Ms. Gaber would like to answer, but you have to unmute yourself. Yeah. No, we still do not hear you. Yes, now it works.
Okay, yeah, thank you. I think it's something technicalities. First, unfortunately, I have not heard the name, only the affiliation of our colleague who asked the question about how Ukraine prepared or not prepared itself. Well, actually, I would say that Ukraine has prepared itself during these 8 years. And this is why we can see successes of Ukrainian armed forces on the battlefield now. I cannot imagine any other country being completely unprepared to the Russian aggression, which is one of the biggest armed forces in the world, let alone nuclear power and economy, and 140 million people. But again, we're fighting against the Russian Federation, and I cannot imagine any other nation would be doing that in such an efficient way. Of course, we cannot compare the production of some military inventory or defense between, let's say, Russia and Ukraine, though we have quite a well-developed sector there. But in terms of training of our armed forces, including within our cooperation with NATO countries, to which we are very grateful to our NATO allies, the level of command, the level of technologies that have been used in the Ukrainian army, and generally the mindset of the Ukrainian military is completely different from the Russian one, which is a very old school, old style Soviet school type of fighting, when there is no initiative on the ground, when people have very low morale, when people do have corruption, including in the army, thanks to which we are now doing quite well, because actually if you look at what Russia has on paper and in reality, these are two different pictures. So I think Ukraine has done a pretty good job in preparing itself for possible Russian aggression. The other thing is that the lessons to be learned is that appeasement never works. Appeasement has never worked in the past, and appeasement will never work in the future, especially when we're talking about authoritarian regimes and illiberal regimes like the Russian Federation. So I think there are lessons to be learned on both sides, including on the European side as well, when Ukraine was ringing bells saying that we do need to protect ourselves from Russia, and then we were mainly suggested, and offered another platforms for negotiations, for peace talks, for dialogue with Putin. So dialogue with President Putin is only good when you have NASAMS or when you have other multi-launch rocket systems, because this is how, unfortunately, the current Russian regime functions. I don't want to say this will be for the future as well. Of course, if there is a chance in Russia, then there will be a change in our perception of Russia. But unfortunately, this is how we operate now. And very short remark about the confused identities of Ukrainians. Well, I'm not from Kiev, I'm from Odessa, and I'm a Russian speaker myself. And I have been a Russian speaker for whole of my life until very recently. And this is how Ukrainian national identity has been shaped. Because when we're talking about the defense of rights of Russian-speaking minorities in Ukraine, whom we have in mind is Russia and not Ukraine. Because the Russian-speaking minorities, if you want to call them like minorities, because quite a lot of people in Ukraine speak Russian, they are the first target of attack of Russia. If you look at the territories which are now under the occupation and where people are being killed by missiles and by occupying forces on the ground, these are territories with the Russian-speaking population. Lugansk, Donetsk, Kherson, Mykolaiv region, Zaporizhia, Mariupol, these are all representatives of the so-called Russian culture. The churches which are being destroyed now by Russia, they are churches of Moscow Patriarchate, not of the Ukrainian one, which are in the central Ukraine or in the west of Ukraine. The museums, theaters, and schools which have been destroyed now by Russian occupational forces, these are those schools where Russian language was taught. So it's important to protect minorities, I agree, including in Russia itself, because if you wonder the situation with minorities in the Russian Federation, including Muslim minorities and all those indigenous people and First Nations, it's a disaster. And that's why when we're talking about Ukrainian model, we're talking about a model of a liberal society, multinational, multi-religious, multilinguistic. And in Odessa region especially, we have many Romanians. I think this is one of the biggest communities of Romanians in Ukraine, apart from Chernivtsi. And when I myself with my colleagues did a couple of researches there was no problem of using Romanian language. There was a problem of economic development, sustainability, bridges, schools, healthcare, all those problems that we have in Ukraine. That is why we have so many Crimean Tatars fighting for Ukraine. We have so many Russian speakers fighting for Ukraine, because this is a model of a liberal, open society, multinational society that we're fighting for, not only for some Ukrainian nationalists. And I think we have to be very clear on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gabor, for this clear statement. Just to refresh the question, it was about preparedness to the war and the lessons learned coming from our audience, and Mr. Mureșan.
Yes, I just want to answer to our colleague and my colleague, which is dealing with fighting corruption. So I very much appreciate your effort and in all your countries, and the role also of NGOs. And I had some years ago the responsibility of High Representative of the government for fighting corruption and organized crime in the framework of Pact of Stability. So I was trained by FBI. I traveled in all the countries, including Ukraine, to about corruption in armed forces and so on years ago. So I want just to give you the example that Kövesi, the general prosecutor, have mentioned that corruption is in all countries of European Union, tax evasion 70 billions in the countries of European Union. I just want to quote the former president of the United States, Donald Trump, who have mentioned that in 3 decades, United States have spent about 8 trillions in Middle East, disappeared 8 trillions without any kind of program and exit strategy for the United States or of stabilizing the area. So it's a lot of money. War is bringing always the profiteers of war, and we will see all this investigation which will be started because it's a lot of money and it must be accountability. What is a problem which will affect our countries, Romania also, it's the using of this trafficking of small arms and the wave of criminality coming from east toward west, and all these small arms and light weapons used by organized crime and then trafficking for other markets. And this is already on the agenda of the General Secretary of Interpol, Jürgen Storbeck, and we will be obliged to follow to see how we can bring back these arms from the organized crime. Speaking about Asia, and I'm pleased that my colleague Mr. Falkoi have mentioned. Yes, this is the 21st century, is Asia's century. After 1,800 years, India and China being powers, 1-2 of the world for more than 200 years, like Kishore Mahbubani have mentioned, the West have had the chance to take the lead. And now we are in the position to look careful to the East, to Asia, in general, to Asia, and to try to understand, because there will be the development and is a concentration of population, of economy, of power, and so on. RCEP as a framework of trade and so on, the biggest in the world and so on, is developed there. So looking to that, it's important, something which Egmont Foundation have mentioned in the report, it's that the United States and the Western allies have to take care about this superiority complex, which must be abandoned, and to start to work and to look about the opportunities of cooperation. And I have taken this positive messages that we are obliged to find out ways of cooperation in the future with countries like Russia and China. And to the end, Asia is not only China. And China, it's much more as Asia. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I agree that we should cooperate. Just would like to put it in the direction that we are here actually to make strong our position regarding cooperation of European countries in the context of Black Sea region security. So thank you. If there are no more questions, okay, the very last question, please, and then I would hand over to Reimar. Yeah, just very short, please.
can you hear my voice?
Yeah,
Okay.
please introduce yourself.
Okay. First of all, greetings and thanks organizers for this event. Nina Tsekhlashvili from Georgia. My question concerns like your interests. How would you define the roadmap of communication with citizens upon considering the following scenario? There is a scenario in which there is the less politically consolidated, let's say, the government, and accordingly there is less effort put into like progress the issues related to the security. And on the other hand, then we have an example of Ukraine in which it is crucial to have a support from the citizens. And you also mentioned how important it is during the discussion. And if you are now, like for instance, if we are the citizens of EU, let's say, and you are, let's say, either government or the ones who could kind of inform us about the existing situation, and if you give us an obligations, why should we perform this? How would you define this communication, especially in information and awareness part?
So is there someone among our guests who you address with your
Not a
question?
specific person, it's a general question for everyone. If you could suggest such kind of roadmap of communication, either maybe content or the messages or dimensions.
Okay, thank you. Who would like to go for that question? So someone of the person. I guess it was the matter of communication, right? To the from the yeah.
The key words of the question. We didn't hear you very well, so I didn't understand your questions. That's why.
I guess the question was about the communication to the people about the issues which arise during the war. So, like expert circles and politicians. Yeah, if you please.
But it's very general and it's not very much. It's a very important question, but it's not very much related to the title of this panel. But however, I mean, in terms of communication, it's the media and good information, not disinformation. This is what is relevant in terms of conveying the message to the citizens. So media is very important. It is the interlocutor in this process of governmental and citizenship relationship. Also, the governments, the ruling elites should refrain from giving disinformation. So this is, as far as I heard your question, the parts that I heard, I can provide this answer. But anyhow, maybe this is a whole team for the conference, not only for this panel. Maybe the other panelists would also prefer to comment on it.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Chikmeshe. I hope your question was partly touched in this answer. On this point, thank you very much for your attention, and I would like to thank again our guests on the panel, Mr. Falkoy, Ms. Chikmeshe, Mr. Mureshan, and Ms. Gabor online. Thank you very much, and I would like now to hand over to my distinguished colleague, Mr. Reimer Wagner. Thank you.
Thank you all for your patience. Let's have a 10 minutes break, and at 2:14:15 we met again in our room.
Thank you.
Talking, of course, about the EU enlargement of the cases of Georgia, Moldova, and Ukraine. cases of Georgia, Moldova, and Ukraine. And I want to introduce to you our distinguished guests and speakers. On my right, Mr. Professor Dan Dungaciu. He's the director of the Institute for Political Science and International Relations of the Romanian Academy and professor at the Faculty of Sociology and Social Work of the University of Bucharest. He studied and worked as associate researcher in many foreign institutions and is author of tens of studies of papers on Eastern Europe subject. He was presidential advisor to the President of the Republic of Moldova for European integration, and he is also one of the best experts regarding the Republic of Moldova. That's how we met. I also start with you, Mr. Professor, to offer us a broader perspective about the enlargement and the EU perspectives of the three countries. Because of time, I will not elaborate very much, but we knew that Ukraine and Moldova has a real offer, on a table offer from the EU to join the EU. And in 2019, when we talked about the Eastern Partnership, 2 years ago, it was still the Eastern Partnership, 10 years of Eastern Partnership of these countries. Now everything is changed. I believe Eastern Partnership is obsolete, the project, and Mr. Dungaciu just offers a broader perspective because he needs to leave us at one point in the debate.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me here. Thank you for this opportunity. And in my 10, 15 minutes, I will be very brief. I have a couple of points to make. But the general idea and the main question is about enlargement is enlargement a political process or a geopolitical process? And for me, it's a very challenging issue, and how security fits in, or sneak in, or squeeze in. And I will focus more on the Republic of Moldova. I know I'm a little bit more familiar with this particular case. But again, the general issue is how we can deal with enlargement if you look back to the previous examples or the previous experiences. Now, going back to Republic of Moldova, I remember that in the 90s, we used to say that political elections in the Republic of Moldova were not political, were geopolitical elections. And even the parties in the Republic of Moldova were not political parties, were geopolitical parties. In other words, Republic of Moldova used to be a third country with half of the people looking to the east, half of the people, the other half looking to the west. Basically a similar situation in Ukraine, not in Georgia, but in Ukraine, the Republic of Moldova, more or less similar. And it was quite obvious for us, at least, that the Republic of Moldova and Ukraine were supposed to set up this basic condition, or to set up a sort of consensus in order to move forward, a geopolitical consensus. They supposed to look in the same time, in the same direction. Basically, this was the idea. And it was very interesting in the case of Republic of Moldova, but not only, that 5 years ago or 4 years ago, I mean, somehow geopolitics, somehow was erased from the picture. Nobody was talking about geopolitics anymore. Geopolitics became a sort of diversion. Don't mention geopolitics. Geopolitics is not good. Talk about fight against corruption, talk about modernization, reforms, and so forth. It was very interesting. This was happened in 2019 in Republic of Moldova after a sort of US, EU, Russian settlement somehow managed to change the government in Chisinau. And geopolitics has been erased from the picture. And in 2019, more or less a similar situation have occurred in Ukraine. When Mr. Zelensky had won in April 2019, I don't know, 73%, with 70%, a huge majority. It was very interesting, was against the party of war, so to speak, of Mr. Poroshenko. And Mr. Zelensky was not a geopolitical president. He tried to set up a sort of, I don't know, to settle the conflict in Ukraine, the frozen conflict in Ukraine, to get a sort of, I don't know, sort of settlement, even including the acceptance of the Russian language for separatist region and so on and so forth. So it was not radical, not very geopolitical. 1 year later, Maia Sandu has won the elections in the Republic of Moldova with 57%. Quite remarkable, in fact. Moving beyond geopolitics, during the electoral campaign, the idea of European integration was not mentioned at all by President Maia Sandu. So it was a very smart move, you could say. But the irony is that Mr. Zelensky and Maia Sandu, they are the presidents who have to face geopolitics in a very tragic way. It's quite an irony that Mr. Zelensky and Maia Sandu have to face what geopolitics really means in this region. And they have to face Russia, although they did not mention Russia in their many times in their political or electoral campaigns. So basically, we're back at geopolitics, back at security. So if you look back in the history of Republic of Moldova or Ukraine, you could realize that basically geopolitics helped these countries a lot. The geopolitics were the trigger for EU, I don't know, for changing the mind of the people, to change the majorities and so on and so forth. Was because of geopolitics. Then 25, the Republic of Moldova switched from a pro-Eastern majority in the surveys to a pro-European majority in the surveys. It was because of the Cossack Memorandum that people have changed their mind, and Orange Revolution in the head of Mr. Voronin, which helped the Republic of Moldova to switch from a pro-East to a pro-West position. It was because of geopolitics that now in Republic of Moldova, because of Vladimir Putin, now in Republic of Moldova, the majority of the population pro-West, and the people are not necessarily, so the pro-East bloc, now it's around 20 or 17%, because of what is happening in Ukraine. So now, basically, because of geopolitics, the Moldovans are far more pro-Europeans than they used to be. So it's because of geopolitics and because of this element. What went wrong with geopolitics? The main problem with geopolitics in this region, and the main problem with enlargement, is that these countries they do not have a solution for their own security. And I think that the most challenging issue is that even today, if you look at Chisinau, not necessarily in Kiev, but in Chisinau in particular, they don't even mention the security issue of Republic of Moldova. And the main problem for Republic of Moldova, I would say, is what they are going to do in this respect. Neutrality, Ukraine used to be a neutral country. Republic of Moldova, it's a neutral country. Is neutrality still a solution for these countries in order to get into European Union? Is neutrality a solution for their security? Yes or no? If not, no. It's a neutral, in the constitution you can read this word neutrality, but neutrality means nothing in terms of security. If you look at what Russia has done in this region, and the fact that the Russian troops are still on the territory of Republic of Moldova, despite of the fact that Republic of Moldova is a neutral country. What about the security guarantees for this country? There is a document, in my understanding, a very important one, Rasmussen-Yermak document. It's a sort of Sonderweg in terms of security. It's a fundamental document in which, for the first time, the security of this region is depicted ignoring completely Russia. So Russia is not important or significant in this respect anymore. This is something new. And this document is essential, but the main problem is that, as far as the Republic of Moldova is concerned, there are no debates, no assessments of this document. So basically, it's completely ignored in the Republic of Moldova. So apparently, this is not a potential solution, security guarantees. The third point is Transnistria issue in the Republic of Moldova. You have the 5+2 format in which Russia is part of this format, but in Republic of Moldova, they don't mention this format and they don't talk about, I don't know, get rid of this format or changing the format. It's a little bit curious to still have Russia in 5+2 format when Russia is ignored and completely isolated from any other international formats. So Transnistria, so Crimea platform, Mr. Zelensky had mentioned that you should enlarge this platform in order to include different regions which are controlled by Russia, Abkhazia, Ossetia, Transnistria, and so on and so forth, but apparently there's no reaction from Chisinau. And last but not least, it's a sort of partnership between Republic of Moldova and Romania in terms of security, but it's also very ambiguous and it's not very substantial. So basically the question, my question is, what security solution for Republic of Moldova in particular, for Ukraine also, but in particular for Republic of Moldova? And let me finish with this phrase. Let me finish by saying that none of the former communist states have joined the EU without first joining NATO. So basically from the beginning, the security first approach was there. And the question for us all, why would it be different from here on? We cannot avoid this issue because it proved to be fundamental, decisive, and I think one way or another we have to deal with it. So let me stop here and thank you again for inviting me and having me at this panel.
Thank you, Mr. Professor, for this broad input. And it's, of course, if I need now to choose between Moldova and Ukraine, I will start with a smaller country, and then we will go online, I believe, to Kiev, to our distinguished guest. Igor Munteanu is president of a new liberal-founded party, the Coalition for Unity and Well-Being, is recently registered in Moldova. He was a member of the Moldovan parliament between 2019 and 21. He chaired the powerful Economy, Budget and Finance Standing Committee and the Public Finance Control Committee. He also is former ambassador of Moldova in the United States and Canada and Mexico. And we, as the Naumann Foundation, knew him from his think tank, IDIS Viitoru, because 3 weeks ago, I believe, we had also a powerful conference with Mr. Dungaciu and with other speakers here about security in Moldova. We had the honor to chair a panel with the US, UK, Ukrainian, Polish, and Romanian ambassador. So, Mr. Munteanu, Mr. Dungaciu just opened a broad teams, and he tackled the Transnistrian issue, and that's a special one for Moldova. We talked about geopolitics and neutrality. That's also a big problem for Moldova, because neutrality is in the constitution of Republic of Moldova. We also have the last developments. I don't know, maybe if Moldova don't pay anymore energy to the Transnistrian power plant and to the government there, maybe the problem will solve and this regime will collapse. So, Mr. Munteanu, is Moldova on the right track for joining the EU?
Thank you very much. First of all, let me say that I'm especially privileged to be here and to speak on behalf of my colleagues and team of liberals from Moldova. And thank you very much, Reimer, for your support for all the events in Chisinau, for everything that is happening in order to educate people and also mobilize people to defend their rights and aspiration to become part of the European Union family. I will start with some of your questions because they are very exciting and they are to be addressed. First of all, we cannot speak at this point about an accession path towards the European Union without geopolitics. It is not a technocratical exercise. You cannot say and replicate what was valid for some of the countries of the Central and Eastern Europe some 10 or 15 years ago, to be replicated after and in the midst of the war of Russia against Ukraine. So first of all, we have to define exactly how should be the victory of Ukraine in this war. What should bring it? And I will start by saying that it is not the coalition of the willing against an aggressor state in this war of Russia, which is fought on territory of Ukraine. It is the coalition of the virtuous against a pariah state, which is breaking down the fundamentals of the international law and of the security and peace in Europe. And the effects and consequences of this war go far beyond the lines of the continent of Europe. So I would say that, of course, this war has brought and solidified the unity of the West. It created a very serious platform for the Western countries to join the coalition of the virtuous, and also shattered fundamentally the Russian state. Because by introducing the international sanctions, Russian state had to suffer enormous losses and costs by cutting every sort of transactions with the Western banks, by banning technologies to be allowed to Russia to rearm itself, by putting on a sanctions list the highest officials of the Russian state. That created a new pattern and a new development in international spheres. So I think at this point we understand that Russia is fully isolated, it is disrespected, and it is a sort of disgrace to the international law. And although it invested big efforts in order to make Ukraine to surrender, it never accomplished its goal. It could not achieve full control over Kiev in 24 hours. It could not shatter the courage of Ukrainians in order to make them be fearful and leaving the, let's say, the defense of Ukraine, as you know very well, that there were attempts by some culprits and even some diplomats of the West, of some of the Western states, saying that perhaps you have to listen what exactly Vladimir is telling you. And that means that some of the concessions you have to admit. And Ukrainians never admitted this sort of concessions because they understand that they are fighting for the freedom and the liberty and for the existence of the Ukrainian state. Which means that the logic behind this war is not just to please Russia, but to fight for the existence, the very existence of the nationhood and the nation of Ukraine, which is bigger than a kind of conventional war. I think that in order to win this war, to defeat Russia, we have not only to supply armory and munition to Ukraine, which is very important, because they can defend themselves only when they are well equipped and well prepared to defend their borders and territories. But we have also to change the narrative. And the narrative is very much tied up with the strategical decision of the European Council on 23rd of June by recognizing the membership accession perspectives and, let's say, path for Ukraine and Moldova. We hope very much that Georgia will also be put in the same map soon. But we all are very realistic and understand that until the end of this war, accession will not progress very much. Accession will be conducted largely in the preparation of the negotiation teams, in meeting the conditionalities that have been put on the table by the European Commission and European Council. There are 7 conditionalities for Ukraine and there are 9 conditionalities for Moldova. Some of them are similar, some of them not. There are technical conditions related to the disassemblation of the kleptocratical influence and administration and the economy in both countries. There are some specific ideas about the independence of the Constitutional Court in Ukraine, but these are, of course, details, they are particularities. The most important element is to understand that accession is changing the narrative that has been projected to the region. Until the war, nobody would have bet that Ukraine and Moldova will be accepted in the accession trajectory or accession negotiations. Now we understand that the Rubicon is crossed. We have a great chance to move ahead, but we also have to do a lot of homework. Homework is related to the domestic reforms, to the institutional adjustments, to the sectorial cooperation, to the creation of internal resilience in the countries like Moldova, which is, let's say, directly hit by energy dependency and Russia, which has been an element of the strategical situation of Moldova. We rely too much on a kind of agreement with Gazprom, which created a huge dependency on natural gas imported from Russia, but also importing electricity from the separatist region of Transnistria. And when the clique or the belt ring, then of course the Transnistrian elite suddenly obeyed to the Moscow orders, and they shut down the electricity to Moldova. We were very close to a total or a full blackout 2 weeks ago, and only because of the generous effort of the Romanian state, we could replace the energy supplies and electricity supplies from Transnistria, and we could connect to the electrical grid of Romania. But of course, it is a matter of price. It is a matter of how to compensate the cost for electricity consumption to the population. It is absolutely clear that powerful messages like inviting Moldova and Ukraine to the accession negotiations is very important. It reached the people in the tranches of Donetsk and Kherson. It flagged very much the high importance of putting these two countries in a kind of strategical relationship with the European Union. Nevertheless, powerful messages are not enough. We have to accomplish in the coming 12 or 14 months access to the pre-accession funds. We have to speak about further sectorial cooperation with the European Union. We have to meet the conditions set in June in order to start negotiations, and we have to be ready for that. There are several vulnerabilities which we must address as a priority. I mentioned already the fact that energy is a high vulnerability for Moldova. It is not only technical, it is also about the political will. Because you cannot think in the time of war, you cannot think only in terms of price for electricity. You have to think about the supply, the security of the supply of electricity or natural gas, and we have to accommodate and integrate fully the Republic of Moldova and the European electrical grids. We have to do the homework in order to accelerate the construction of the Isaccea-Chisinau electrical grid, which was negotiated before the war. Nobody expected this war to happen. But when the contract for the construction of this alternative electricity grid from Isaccea-Chisinau has been signed up, we signed it for 3 or 4 years. So it will be terminated in 2016. When we need electricity, not from Transnistria, not from Gres or from Kuchurgan, but we need it today. So the best idea for the government is to settle this issue by renegotiating the agreement in order to accelerate the construction of it. We need also to revise our policy towards the supplies coming from alternative sources like Romania or from LNG sources via Romania in order to cut or get rid of the dependency on Gazprom and Moldova gas. As long as they can rig the consumption by following the political conditionalities coming from Moscow, there is any possibility to be resilient. And Moldova needs to be resilient. Also, I would say that Moldova has to make courageous decisions regarding the Transnistrian issue. Of course, most of the politicians they emphasize the fact that Moldova will not go to war, will not apply military instruments or, let's say, toolkits in order to demilitarize by force Transnistria. Nevertheless, there are plenty of other instruments in order to make the militaristic Transnistria less, how to say, reliable. We can apply economical instruments in order to demilitarize Transnistria. We can include conditionalities in order to boost democratization and liberalization. Just imagine how important it would be to use the exports from Transnistria to the European market, and they are exporting 80% of all the exports they brought to the European market, by putting conditionalities, releasing political prisoners from Hlinaia and from Tiraspol. There are hundreds of political prisoners at this point in Transnistria. How about making conditionalities about the liberalization of the public space in Transnistria, allowing media to operate over there, allowing politicians and political parties from Moldova to have direct connections with citizens of this region. These are important benchmarks. We have to take it straight, and we have to take it as a political obligation. The war in Ukraine is changing fundamentally the strategical landscape, and Moldova should not be naive and should use all the instruments in order to change the narrative of its reintegration policy towards Transnistria. I would say that until now, we follow this narrative about the neutrality of the country, and you specifically asked me. Indeed, there is a provision of neutrality in our constitution, but I would say that Moldova is not a neutral because it cannot defend itself like Switzerland. It is a neutralized country, and it has a different meaning. We have been neutralized by force by having the war in 1992 when the Russian Federation fought against the Republic of Moldova. It was a Russian-Moldovan war. It wasn't a civil war as it is portrayed or projected by Russian narrative and propaganda. And we have to go back to the origins of this kind of situation. We have to disarm and demilitarize Transnistria following the 3D strategy. I will say that I had in my past a certain role in projecting this strategy, 3D strategy. That means demilitarization, democratization, and decriminalization of the region. All of these elements are very much intertwined, and they should be the basis or the fundamentals of any reintegration policy, having the accession perspectives as the most important consensual policy in Moldova. Thank you.
Thank you, Igor. And talking about Transnistria and talking about European integration, you talked about political will, and political will means a lot, and it's important to go to the east, or go to the west. And our next speaker is online from Ukraine. He's a Ukrainian politician with a strong managerial corporate background with senior level. He's Ukrainian international experience in legal, in compliance, in general management, wide experience in international and Ukrainian law enforcement, telecom digital regulation, ethics and compliance. He's also a member of the Ukrainian parliament, member of the Voice party, of the Golosh party. Andriy Osachuk, hello from Bucharest. Lots of ideas from the room, what maybe you can answer. I start just with the idea. With a question. For me, it's very interesting. A country is in the middle of a heavy war with Russia, and in the same time, it wants to join the EU, and it wants to go through all these technicalities and all this issue. Your speaker before from Ukraine said, but Ukraine did a lot in preparing for the European Union before the war. How is it in your view, as a politician from Kiev, how is now doing Ukraine to joining the EU? We don't hear you. We don't hear you. I don't know. It's something with the sound or the mic. Maybe you unmute yourself.
What about like that?
Now it's good. Yes.
Yeah, thank you for introduction. Greetings from Kiev. So we are still alive here, despite ongoing attacks on Ukrainian infrastructure. We still manage to keep our networks in quite a good shape. So the previous speakers was talking a lot about electricity, but I think you realize that the real challenges for energy is now in Ukraine. We absolutely realistic, and we know that Russians will continue to destroy our energy networks, and that's exactly the good example of what real Russian war is. So they're targeting each and everyone who is in Ukraine, trying to bring us as more suffer as possible. But it looks that we are managing pretty good. So coming back to the topic of this panel, sorry, we're a little bit busy here. I don't have any time for any preparation, so I will speak just from my head. Maybe it will be even more interesting for you. Look, I think that the entire topic of this panel and the narrative is wrong. I will explain you why I think so. It's not 2010. It's not 2015 now, and even not 2021. So the world dramatically changed for the last almost 9 months, dramatically changed. I will echo a little bit to previous speakers, but will emphasize even more that we cannot keep the same language and the same tone of voice which we had during decades, talking about waves of enlargement of European Union, putting together Moldova, Ukraine, and Georgia as a possible next way of enlargement. I think everything is different now. We now see the reality of this world, and this world is much tougher and more risky than everyone thought. Federation destroyed everything what we built for almost 80 years since the end of the Second World War. All written and unwritten rules of the civilized world, of especially European world, was ignored. And not just ignored, the attack on Ukraine from the very, very beginning was attack on the European Union and the Western way of living. I call everyone to remember everything what had been happening for the last at least 12 months. Russia started, by the way, threatening the West years before. But in the end of last year, they openly was speaking with a very brutal tone of voice to everyone, saying, if I'm not mistaken, one of the deputy minister of foreign affairs of Russian Federation said, pack your things and get out, discussing the borders of the NATO. And now we need to be very realistic that the Ukrainian fight for the last 8 months, it's really the fight for European world and for the Western world. For the moment, all this amount, huge amount of Russian military equipment, it's something like almost 8,000 armored vehicle and tanks, more than 500 jet fighters and helicopters, which birthed in Ukraine. So they ceased to exist. But 8 months ago, all this armada supposed to be in the eastern border of European Union and NATO. And I'm sure, and you're supposed to share this belief that if Putin will succeed in his plans to occupy Ukraine in 2-3 weeks, definitely he planned to move further. So all that is saying that reality has changed. That is saying that everyone was wrong during decades, because European Union, the heavyweights of European Union, in fact, they were fueling Russian Federation for decades, despite obvious things which is not acceptable based on our rules and values. Russia destroyed free media 20 years ago. Russia was killing political opponents as in Russia, as in European Union for the last decade. Russia was invading Georgia in 2008, so the war against Ukraine started 2014. So all these things were happening, but the European Union was thinking that, okay, we will try to manage life as is, because everyone used to good and comfortable life. Now it's understood that the world and the realities of the world will not be the same. War also shows how distance matters. We see that the countries which are very next to Ukraine and next to Russia, especially Baltics and Poland, Czech Republic, they really understand what Russian barbarian army is. And they're really standing together with Ukraine, contributing huge efforts because they understand that compromise is impossible. But if you take nationals which are quite far from Ukraine, they still observing all this, waiting for some way to calm down the crisis, because many politicians, they want to come back to business as usual. Business as usual will never be again. That's why I think, first of all, the victory will have to rethink European Union and European security and NATO as an umbrella for European Union. Because yes, for Ukraine, it's critical for today, guarantee security and safety of Ukraine for upcoming decades. The same is critical for European Union. The drama of this big war in Ukraine, that during decades on May 8th, we were repeating never again, never again. It happens again. It happened. And now our joint target is trying not to let it happen again. And safety and security is definitely issue number one. Economical power is important. Economical comfort is important. But realize in 2022 that the values has price. Principles has price. And this price is extremely high. At the moment, Ukraine is paying this price. But what is very important for everyone in the EU to understand that we are not fighting for European values and we are not fighting for European principles. We are fighting for Ukrainian values and Ukrainian principles. Happen to be identical to European. Very important to understand. So, that we see that resistance to Russia within European continent has also very interesting asymmetry. Because in reality, United Kingdom was taking the lead early, I think, April, mid-April. And Boris Johnson, who was served at that time as a Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, he was not speaking with us on the same language, things as they are. Definitely, Baltics was standing with us, Poland brothers was standing with us, but all other big players, they were very, very slow to adapt to reality. Meaning that till today, we were able to build this strong anti-Russian coalition, strengthening during these months pretty well. But I think the big problem for future of European Union and for enlargement of European Union that we don't have an agreement about the future of Russian Federation. It's probably the biggest challenge for today. The future of European Union, the future of safety of European Union is directly linked on the question, what will happen to Russia? Ukraine absolutely clear realized that as long as the regime will survive, as long as Russia will poison the security of Europe and the world. Yes, we understand that it is very challenging, all need to be focused on not only on the weakening of Russia as much as possible, as Secretary of the State of the United States of America said, I think, more than 6 months ago, that the target is to make Russia so weak not to be able to repeat this aggression. But I think we can go beyond and talking about disintegration of Russian Federation. Yes, we know that very few politicians like this story, but I remember very well 1991. The same was happening with the Soviet Union. I was quite an adult boy at that moment, and I remember well how the United States and other big players, they were absolutely don't agree even to think about upcoming disintegration of the Soviet Union. You all know the story about the speech of George Bush Sr., who was talking to Ukrainian parliament in August 1991, in fact, forcing us to resign the Union agreement. We didn't do that, so we helped Soviet Union to collapse, and we're all still alive since that moment. But the work was not completed in 1991 because the Soviet Union was not the formal empire of 15 republics. The Soviet Union was the form of Russian empire, which was built on KGB empire, and that empire survived until and still alive. And that KGB engine is still the fueling the fascist regime in Moscow and the war in Ukraine. Said that, I think that we have to rethink European Union. We will have to think about safety and security of European Union first. And definitely Ukraine will play absolutely fundamental role in this process. Leaders are always leading of new rules. Moreover, we need to think about occupied Belarus. Russia currently is totally controlled by Russian Federation. But I don't think that the safety and security in Europe is possible without liberalization of Belarus, which is another big challenge. Said that, finishing my unprepared remarks, I will finish with a few things. To change narratives, we need to think about big picture. We need to find an agreement about what Russia's future is. At the moment, I think G7 and Ukraine on the logic of the victory. I would address everyone to the latest communique of G7, which was signed in October 11th, and which is very clear, saying that liberalization of Ukrainian territory and ensuring of Ukrainian sovereignty in the borders of 1991 is one of the targets. Secondly, rebuild of Ukraine, mostly at the cost of Russian Federation. And that's absolutely fundamental because even myself, I don't want European taxpayers to pay for Ukrainian rebuild. So do that, and all frozen assets of Russian Federation, even in Europe, is enough to cover all the costs. Thirdly, bringing all war criminals to accountability. Because if the evil will not be punished, it will be repeated again in the future. And fourth, exactly as I said several times, it's the guarantees for the safety and security of Ukraine, but the same story not only for Ukraine, the same story for everyone who had to live around Russian Federation. And yes, Ukraine will be the member of European family. Yes, I would be happy to see in this family Moldova, Georgia, Belarus, and I'm sure we will come to this point. I'm also sure that it will be a little bit another organization, a little bit another understanding of values, principles, and price paid for these values and principles. It will take some time, but it is achievable. For us, it's important to move to NATO membership. Because if we will not secure our security, all other things is very challenging. At the moment, Ukrainian army performs very good, and I think it's not a secret for everyone that probably we are the best operating army in NATO now, using mostly NATO equipment. So I think at the moment when we will liberalize our territory and will come to our understanding of the victory, Ukraine will join NATO, and it will be a turning point in the changing of the landscape of the safety of security of the Europe. And I will finish with the quotation of Winston Churchill. We all need now not to repeat the narratives of the previous 10, 15, 20 years. We need all now to be focused on the victory at any cost, because this is the only way how we can guarantee security, prosperity for all our big European family. We have no doubts here in Ukraine that victory will be ours. The same logic is in the heads of all our key allies. So that's why we pay huge price for that, but we are sure that we are fighting for the liberty and for membership in the European Union of Moldova, of Georgia, of Belarus, and for everyone who want to live in the new Europe.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Osachuk. Even if unprepared, very clear statements you made to us. And now we go to Georgia, basically, with Vano Chikwadze. We met in 2019, I believe, in Brussels. And at that time in Brussels, we were analyzing 10 years of Eastern Partnership and how it works. And it was not so good. And the Eastern Partnership was, at that time, started to be a little bit obsolete. We had maybe clearer perspectives for Moldova, maybe for Ukraine, maybe for Georgia, of course not for Belarus, and so on. Now everything is changed. Vano works as an EU integration program manager at Open Society Georgia Foundation. He focuses on EU-Georgian relations and runs projects promoting Georgia's integration into European structures. He was country analyst of the European Stability Initiative for 2 years. And dear Vano, we talked about Moldova, we talked about Ukraine. The door opened with a clear perspective to the European Union. It definitely must be frustrating in Georgia that they had not, that maybe just a half of door open. And of course we have witnessed the protests in the country and in Tbilisi, that people were angry that the door is not so open. How is the situation now in Georgia, and how will deal politics and society with these aspects?
Yeah, well, thank you so much. Thanks for Naumann Foundation for organizing this event. Thank you, Chair, for your questions. Indeed, looking at this process of the EU-enlargement, we'll know that when it comes to the window of opportunity of enlargement, it doesn't open frequently, it opens rarely, and it stays open for a very short period of time. So anyone who wants to join the EU has to be ready for that. And unfortunately, it seems that due to our administration, due to our authorities, Georgia was not fully ready for being together with Ukraine and with Moldova, having the candidate status. As it was mentioned here, the June European Council summit was really historical, because at that time when we were discussing about the Eastern Partnership 3 years ago, there was one of the key questions that these countries have been asking that was about the European perspective, and we have been hearing the answer that it was not the time to ask that question, and the EU was always hesitant to give any kind of direct answer to this question. Now we see that this question is already answered, and Georgia, as well as Ukraine and Moldova, promised that it would join the EU at certain point, at certain day. But speaking from the Georgian perspective, that decision of the European Council actually brought very ambivalent feelings in Georgia. On the one hand, of course, it was kind of, joyful and important that Georgia got that promise and Georgia got the European perspective. But at the same time, there was a huge dissatisfaction, as you mentioned, Chair, that Georgia did not manage to get the candidate status. But Georgian society does understand who is the guilty not getting the candidate status. And if we look at the latest opinion poll, we can see that 56% blames the Georgian Dream, the ruling party, for not being ready for this and not delivering well and not delivering enough for getting that. Unfortunately, we do see that in the last 1.5 years or 2 years even, there is a real backsliding when it comes to the democracy, when it comes to the rule of law, when it comes to the independent and pluralistic media, when it comes to the human rights, the protection of the human rights, and when it comes to the elite corruption. And we do see that there is one person who is not in power, who is an oligarch, who is behind all this, and he's actually kind of, dictating all these processes. So basically, we are reaching to the point where Georgian Dream and where Georgia and its authorities are at the crossroad. Either we'll continue the Georgia's European path, either we will manage to deliver on those reforms, on those 12 conditions, criteria, as it was set by the European Council, or Georgian Dream might become the first political power, political actor in the history of the country that would question Georgia's European perspective. But at the same time, and as I said, the society is fully aware what needs to be done and who is responsible for all of this. But at the same time, we do need the European Union's help. And when I'm saying this, I mean very concrete issues here. Unfortunately, as we see, those 12 criteria are very broad, and it leaves a huge room of interpretation, which is sometimes used by the ruling party to strengthen its power, actually, and to consolidate much more power than it had so far. So what needs to be done is to have a clear performance criteria, how the European Union is going to measure those fulfillment of those 12 conditions. Secondly, what we see is that Georgian Dream tries to do the window dressing, to do something, some reforms, which does not hamper or which does not create any problem for its consolidation of power, and to sell it to Brussels and to the capitals of the member states as a success and as an achievement. And I think that EU has and the member states have to be very careful and to assess it very thoroughly and very carefully when it comes to the assessment point. I think that it's also important to introduce the clear benchmarks when it comes to the implementation of those criteria and to have a clear deadlines when it comes to the implementation of those benchmarks. It's also important to consider actually sanctioning those individuals or those companies which are helping or which might help Russia to escape from the sanctions that was introduced by the EU. Just to go to my conclusion again, I have to say that European integration, EU membership, is something which matters, which brings together more than 70% of the society, which supports Georgia's EU integration. We saw that it matters because in June, actually, after the decision of the European Council, there was one of the biggest, if not the biggest, rally in Tbilisi, bringing together more than 100,000 people. And it matters, again, because that's a historical choice of the country, and we have to kind of defend and protect that choice. But on top of that, what was already discussed here, I have to reiterate what other speakers mentioned and said. Georgia's EU integration path is also very much interlinked to what is happening in Ukraine. It very much depends on Ukraine, and it very much depends on the war and the outcome of the war. And we believe that in order to support Georgia, European Union, the West, has to support Ukraine. And Russia must be defeated with that support. Thank you so much. I'll stop here and I would answer the questions later on. Thank you.
So, thank you, Vano. You talked about the historical choice, and I just remembered that Romania did a historical choice with, that's for our foreign guest, with the pact in '97, when all parties and presidency and all the stakeholders from Romania decided to go a clear European and NATO path. And also, I believe Dan Dungaciu said it before, that for the most of the countries before joining the European Union, it was joining the NATO, basically. And that makes maybe life complicated. We hear now of a historical choice of Georgia. We know the historical choice of Ukraine to be independent and fight with their lives for this. Have we this historical choice or decision in Moldova, Igor?
Well, I think it is very much clear that the European accession is the one consensual policy that has to be projected and consolidated, built up. We have 60% of the population which see that the future of Moldova is linked and connected with the European Union, which is a record high. We never had 60% of the people supported. Usually there were 40%, 45% for Europe and 40% for Euro-Asian Union. The society was very much divided. Why? Because for several political cycles, the politicians were in power, wanted to divide and split the society, using the opportunities to, to take the benefits of the integration and consolidate their own clientele. And we are in front of a historical choice. We cannot be on both sides. We cannot be with the East and the West. That's absolutely clear. And this creates a kind of historical mission for the politicians in Moldova and also for the European Union. I would say that even the fact that the European Union decided to give the membership accession candidacy to Ukraine and Moldova is a historical mission because it is not waiting until the criteria, Copenhagen criteria, are met and then announce that you are ready to enter into the European family. It is opening the gates which were closed before us. It creates the very powerful stimulus, incentive for us to create the policies necessary in order to accommodate the country, the economy, the society to exactly this mission. But I think that the homework is the key word. The homework must be done, not in isolation from other parties. I'm speaking about Moldova, where the ruling party has 63 mandates in the current parliament, but work cooperatively in order to engage with all the citizens of Moldova. With all the parties which share the same values and let's say, perspective for accession European Union, and also create more, driving by example. This is a very important element in our trajectory, driving by example, teaching, let's say, citizens, regular citizens, that we are good enough to run the country. We are good enough to follow the example of other Central and Eastern European countries and be courageous, split or destroy the vested interests of the past. I was speaking about the energy, which needs not to keep the same status quo, but find out alternatives right now, because people are very much affected by that. And also, if we are serious and speaking about corruption, corruption is not only in other parties. Corruption is as a phenomenon which has to be cleaned up from the political class, starting with our own parties, for instance. I think this is very important at this historical moment.
Thank you for that answer. And I want just to know if you have questions from the audience. Just raise hand for me to know if there are questions, or prepare your questions for next. We are a little bit short of time, but I will put one specific question. When we were a little bit general and go back, we talked about the necessity of geopolitics. Of course, in Ukraine, the necessity of re-establish the borders as they was in the 90s, winning, of course, winning the war. But one specific question to all of you is, what is, in your opinion, the biggest issue what can hinder the accession to the European Union? I know we have a roadmap. You address now, Igor, corruption or conditionalities, but always it is something what is maybe the biggest issue. And I would start with Vano.
Well, speaking from the Georgian perspective, I think that we have internal issue, the biggest challenge, and which is hindering Georgia's European integration. This is, again, the ruling party, which tries to depict itself as kind of, pro-European, but at the end of the day, it is ready to sacrifice Georgia's European path for consolidating its power. When it comes to the external challenge, I think, again, it's very much morality in the European Union, which is an important issue when it comes to make a decision towards enlargement. So I would name those two as main challenges on Georgia's EU integration path.
I don't know if Mr. Osachuk is with us. I know probably he will answer winning the war. No, he's not, the technicalities say. So we are just not alone. We are just we three here in the panel, and with our broad and also our online audience from Europe and from Germany. So again, Igor, what is in your opinion? Something specific maybe, what needs to be solved. And without solving this question, Moldova will not access the European Union.
Well, it is extremely important not to forget about the resilience and the resilience of or building up the state institutions to serve the citizens. So accountability, transparency, and strict control over the public means or public budgets. It's very important at this point. This applies not only to the national government, this applies also to the European Union funds, which are channeled in order to stimulate reforms. And I think this is extremely important to drive by example and to show that all the means which are provided to the country, like Moldova, they are under strict scrutiny, oversight, and they achieve the goal. This will educate citizens to follow. This will create a larger impetus for reforms and a kind of pressure and whatever kind of ruling elites are currently in the government. Second, I think we will not be safe until citizens will be wealthy, will generate, the economy will be more competitive. So the liberal ideas are extremely important. We have to invest into entrepreneurship and bring people, creative people, people with ideas, but based and respecting the rule of law, just to create for the national development and for the economical development. Since the war has scared a lot of investors coming into Moldova, we have to be very creative and create necessary support and incentives for companies coming to Moldova and opening up jobs and educating people to take responsibilities. This is the ideal of our party and our group, is to have a minimal state, which is an efficient state, and also create the necessary conditions for people to not only communicate, but also to have a clear and solid partnership with their customers. this is important for us to get rid of the heritage of the past.
That was almost a political or governmental program, and not a specific issue. I was assuming more that the Transnistrian issue will be the most difficult to tackle. But we have one question from the audience. Maybe you provide the microphone, and then the second one. And please present yourself then, and of course, to whom you would address the question.
Thank you for all these presentations. Sinem Açıkmeşe, I'm a professor of international relations at Kadir Has University in Istanbul. My question is about the European political community that has been initiated very recently. And it has been evaluated in Turkey somehow a second track of a membership status at times, and in general it seems like an alternative, but it is not. I know the fact that it is not an alternative because the EU officials say that it is something different. Yes, it is something different, a new platform, but it seems that it's a club for keeping the European partners who cannot join the EU soon. Maybe in the long term, but in its evaluation in Turkey is that, okay, let's be a part of it, but it should not prevent us to get into the EU at some point. So I'm not directing this question to specifically one speaker, but all of the speakers, and I would like to learn their take, personal or the country-wise perceptions about this European political community.
Thank you for this question. In fact, the topic of the European political community provided a lot of controversies in Moldova, because we had a quick reaction from Ukraine, which said no, we have to follow exactly the accession perspective. There is no any reason to derail our vision and leadership to an alternative source. We had a moderate reaction from Chisinau, from the current ruling party, saying that we can accommodate, we can see them in complementarity. Also, until now, it is not very clear how it will be funded, how it will, what exactly will generate, and to what extent there is a kind of synergy between the first and the second one. So for us, in my personal view, the European political community is is a French initiative. First of all, it's very national. It creates a framework for conversations with people which, and nations and states which are not in the path of accession. It creates more dialogue, but it is not very productive for the chances to meet the goals and conditionalities of the accession to the European Union.
Well, I think that it's thank you, Sina, for your question. I think it's very in line with what was already said here. In Georgia, there is not much debate about that proposal from France. And if there is actually the final goal, the ultimate goal of it is not fully understood. Secondly, what is important is that this should not be some kind of, substitution of the membership process. And that's what there is a fear of that, actually. And thirdly, when it comes to the interaction, I mean, it's a good opportunity for the leaders to interact, because with the heads of the states from the European Union, and not only. But again, we don't really see what are the objectives of that initiative and what is the final goal. Although we saw that there was a first kind of little output when you decided to put the monitors on Armenia-Azerbaijan conflict area. So that could be assessed as a positive, but again, there are a lot of question marks about the ultimate goal of that initiative. But Chisinau is actually hosting the next meeting of it, so.
Thank you, and the last question of this panel before the well-deserved coffee break.
I assume you can hear me. Hello, everyone. My greetings. I am a Georgian student. I do an exchange program in Romania. And just as a student that is not professional in any cases yet, I came up with this question just when thinking about future perspectives. So correct me if I'm wrong. As I recall, Romania is a big user of European funds and financial aid from European funds. So I wonder, it will be a good recommendation for in cases of Georgia and Moldova, when they definitely become members of European Union. What is, how do you think, best way to use funds from Europe, European funds, in case to increase a country's wealth? What is the best way? To use it inside of the country, or maybe buy some physical goods from other countries? What is, in your opinion, from point of view of each country has its own problem, something that we have to achieve, some sustainable goals. So what will be the best way to spend the funds after you become members? My question is related to all of you, since you are representatives of different countries, and I would like to hear it. Thank you.
Well, as far as I know, instrument of pre-accession and all this cohesion funds, it's very much directed to the infrastructural projects. So I think that this is something that is very much needed in Georgia. So hopefully when we would have an opportunity first to have an access to IPA and later on to the cohesion funds, I think that will be something, if it is not kind of reshaped or changed at that time, at that moment, I think that would be something where these funds would be allocated and used.
Well, I know, as far as we know, the access to the pre-accession funds will be based on the time when we are starting the talks, the negotiations, not before. And of course, we have to learn the lessons of the region. There were countries which, in the past, they had funds from the European Union, but the size of the use of these funds were very low. And we have to understand why and how can we complement by institutional upgrade and transformation of the public administration. A lot of funds went to the local administration and regional administration, which means that we have by this time to put more emphasis on political will and decentralization and local autonomy and municipalization of the countries, because this will mean capabilities to run the funds and be transparent and accountable. I think there is a lot of homework, and until this will not be done, people, regular citizens, will not be happy with the performances and the results of the governments. And we have to be very careful not to antagonize the population against the path to the accession to the European Union. It's a very important political task.
Thank you, Igor. Thank you, Vano, and of course for our other speakers. Our second panel of the day. Oh, we have one more. Okay, one more. I hope it will be a short question with short answers.
I'm Veronica Dumitrașcu from the Euro-Atlantic
please
Center.
talk in the microphone.
Veronica Dumitrașcu from the Euro-Atlantic Center for Resilience. I have a short question for Mr. Igor Munteanu. You said something about Moldova. Moldova needs to be more resilient. What do you mean by that? From geopolitical point of view.
Thank you very much for your question. Resilience means a lot of things in the same time. That means, first of all, a statecraft, a state which runs according to the constitutional provisions and it is effective. We cannot be resilient until Transnistrian issue, and we are coming back to your question, will be stabilized and settled. We have a proxy regime serving the interests of the Russian Federation in this occupied territory. Unfortunately, our officials do not use the term occupied territories until now, in spite of the fact that we have a decision of the Constitutional Court of 2017. And some of the, let's say, offers which are provided to this regime, it is only to keep them calm, not to do something crazy. And it seems like they developed a sort of clientele regime. And we have to cut this story because otherwise Moldova will not be stable and democratic, will not be sustainable until we are not resolving, according to the constitutional principles, this frozen conflict. Resilience means also that citizens are very much aware that they have to defend their country. Unfortunately, at this point, 34% of the Moldovans, according to a poll from October, they say they are not ready to defend Moldova. Why? Because we are neutral. And somebody takes care about Moldova, which is absolutely incorrect. As far as we do not have any kind of security guarantees, the country is not safe. So we have to do a lot of work in order to first educate citizens, create institutions which serve the population, and eradicate the sources of instability, which is somehow connected directly to Transnistrian elites. This is my response to you. Thank you.
So thank you for the spicy answer. And now we had the spicy subject on Transnistria. The next panel will be Russian war liberal response. We will have a very political panel with with Europarliamentarians, with politicians. Kira Rudik will come late. She's the president of the Voice Party, but she's attended also the G20 summit. And she wrote yesterday to us that she's landing at 4 our time, and how she's out of the airport, she starts and will join us online. Hopefully she will make it. Now we are going in the coffee break. See you at 4 again in the room, when my colleague Katrin Banach, project director for South Caucasus, will take over the moderation. Thank you.
participants, I'm distinguished guests on the panel. I'd like all of us to come back after this coffee break. I hope you're all refreshed now. We have 2 online participants, speakers. I don't see them yet. I hope they will join us soon. Kira Rudik is going to join while we are in session because she's landing. And Vlad Botos is also going to join. Can anyone give me an indication if he's online already? He is. Okay, good to know. So we've talked about it. The 24th of January has been a wake-up call for the world. The unprovoked attack and the very horrible war which has followed has cost thousands of lives. It was a tragic wake-up call, and sometimes I'm wondering if we're still waking up. And this is maybe the question of today's panel. The war in Ukraine, liberal response, question mark. We have talked about that this is not only a war where we need to defend our security, because our whole security infrastructure has been put in question, has been attacked by Russia, but also where we are defeating values which are very dear to us, values that the Ukrainians are fighting for, which are their values. We just heard again, and we've heard the words coalition of virtues versus a parian state. So the first question I would ask to my esteemed panelists is the response we are witnessing right now, is it enough? Is it the correct response? But then there will be a second question which I would like to discuss today, more focusing on the word liberal. What are actually the implications of this war, this new world we are seeing emerging, we are awakening up to? What are the implications for the liberal world order? What are the implications for our liberal value compass? Do we need to recalibrate it, maybe, looking at the bigger questions, dialogue versus defeat, globalization versus self-sufficiency, those things that we are witnessing now, where we need to seem to take a clear position and decide. With these introductory words, I would like to introduce my esteemed panelists here. To my left side is Dan Barna. To many of you in the room, well known, former Deputy Prime Minister of Romania, Vice President of the Union Save Romanian Party, the USR. You're a member of the Parliament since 2016, Vice President of the Chamber of Deputies, the lower house in the Parliament, and a member of the Foreign Affairs Committee. Please welcome Dan Barna. Yes, please. Further to my left, we have Francesco Campelletti. Sorry for that mishap. You are ELF Policy and Research Fellow. You hold a Master in International Relations from the University of Florence. You are a member of the Center for Cybersecurity in Florence, focusing on not only cybersecurity, digitalization, but also particularly Russian-Western relations. And you do have a special background suited very much for this, because you have studied in Moscow at the Moscow State Institute of International Relations. Welcome to our panel this afternoon. And I am welcoming online Vlad Botos. Also known to many participants here in the room, I assume. You are Vice President of the Union Save Romania Party and a member of the European Parliament, so you can give us a European additional perspective from the European side here. You are, for example, Vice Chair of the Committee on Regional Development or a member of the Committee on Internal Market and Consumer Protection. You have a strong background from the private sector. Welcome here to the panel. And Kira Rudik will join us as soon as she can. Now, Don Barna, I would like to give the first opportunity to talk to you.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity to be here, to this young audience, and to discuss we can consider the most relevant issue in the global policy today in this year, because this war, it's definitely changing significantly the way we understood and we thought the life in Europe is going to evolve, because after 1989, 1990, when the Iron Curtain disappeared in a way, everybody believed that decades and decades an atmosphere of cooperation and freedom and peace will be consistent in Europe. But I'm remembering even 2 or 3 days before 24 February, when specialists on TV shows and different debates explaining very convinced that never Russia will start a new war in Europe, a few days before actually happened. So this Russian aggression doesn't come as a surprise, because what happened from 1989 to the present was a strong feeling for the Russian government, for Putin, that their sphere of influence disappeared, because all the countries that Russia considered to be the protector, the so-called friend, controlling friend in fact, embraced what we are defining in this conference as liberal values. And all the Varsovia Pact and the other countries, because Romania was not part there, and all these countries choose democratic to face to European Union, to face to NATO, and for Putin and the Russian government, and later Putin, of course, this was difficult to swallow reality. And the core issue related to what's happened these days in Ukraine should be identified in that period when the Russians considered they need to recover somehow their positions. So what happened was that they chose to do everything possible to force or impose in Georgia, in Moldavia, in Ukraine, Balkan states also, to stop them their natural orientation to Western values, the liberal values in our discussions, and trying to collect them back in the Russian sphere. So my opinion is that this Russian aggression over Ukraine is not only about territorial ambitions. It's not only about territory. It's about the way Putin is trying to change the world. And I know it sounds like big words, but the reality is that these liberal values about individual freedom, about the chance to be yourself, to determine your direction in life, to travel, to go in another country, all these elements weakened day by day the Russia through the eyes of Putin, of course, because there is a significant difference between the Russian nation and the government and the Putin, which are a terrorist government, in my opinion, and I say it very clear. So what happened was that before the war, years before the war, Russia consistently supported icebreakers in the European liberal democratic nations. And many parties, some of them directly supported by Russians, other indirect, but the extremists, either from extreme left or extreme right, tried to weaken the consistency of the European Union. And the examples are quite clear. Marine Le Pen in France, Salvini in Italy, we know very clear, Freedom Party in Austria or Alternative in Germany. All these parties and all the other initiatives, so-called civil society initiatives, in Romania we can mention that one related with traditional family, which was trying to change something in the constitution which was never challenged. I mean, the changing deadline in the constitution related with the family was not even one case in court having the problem deadline of the constitution. So it was obvious another instrument to destabilize the pro-European Union attitude of the society. And all these elements tried to dismantle the stability and the credibility of stability European Union was generating. And in this context, where in many European countries, it was elections when the questions, will the extremists get a good result, was on the lips of everybody, Mr. Putin thought that there was a window of opportunity to destroy Ukraine, to attack and destroy Ukraine, and significantly weakened the Westerners and the NATO, being, and here was his miscalculations, being sure that the European, because of these weakness, won't be able to have solidarity attitude, and the European governments will be unable to react. What happened, and this is the opening, and I will stop and will continue after my colleagues will intervene. What happened is that he lost this bet. After 24 February, in days, in weeks, the European Union and the European countries shown a completely unexpected solidarity for Mr. Putin. And this is the base of our discussion, I consider, related the liberal, because when we are talking about liberal values, we are talking about a certain way of life, with tolerance, with liberty, with freedom, with all these elements which are defining our democracies. But this way of life needs to be defended, and in this moment, European countries and European Union and NATO also prove the capacity to do this. And we are in this point, in this moment. There are necessary more efforts. I will come back to the discussions later, but now I will let my colleagues to complete the discussion.
Thank you very much. Francesco Cappelletti, he's changing the world, we just heard that. He's trying to change the world. The strong solidarity amongst his opponents is absolutely required. And
yes, thank you for the questions, and thank you for having me today. Well, we get very along on one point with Mr. Barna, that Putin is seeking to revise the existing world order. Is seeking to, because there was a sort of order, even after 2014, even after 2008, at least steadily but calmly, Russia was trying to dismantle the European project, but without military actions, without military action, especially after 2014. And exactly was, if you read the best expert in the world before the 24th of February, indeed, there is very little article saying for sure Putin is going to attack. There was the report from CIA that was given to Zelensky, maybe helped also in the military field. But apart from that, the people who were studying, academicians studying international relations were, no, it's unlikely to happen. It is impossible. Even a full man like Putin will seek for continuity, will seek for slow but steady economic growth, technological growth, and this is an absurd action to do. And it happened, so continuity is the most fascinating of enigmas nowadays. As I said, Putin is seeking to establish a new world order, but we have to understand also the war. And I mean, yes, I studied in Moscow, and many people ask me, so what do you think? What do you think? What's your point of view? I don't have a point of view which is different from any other person, but we should understand that this is not only Putin war, this is a Russian war. Putin, even the most terrorist totalitarian regime, which have one person on top, if this person presses a red button and is alone, it's just a red button. So there is an establishment, there are a lot of ongoing things in the deep state, and it's not Putin wars against the world. It's Russia that wants to establish a new world order. And it's doing with the military projection. On the other hand, Europe, and the Euro-Atlantic approach is more normative. We started with sanctions, as we did in the past, and there are also inside the Euro-Atlantic approach two different approaches, because the European Union, given the fact that for the EU it's very difficult to take actions, concrete actions in foreign policy, now with the 27 member, it's very difficult to act and saying, okay, let's start fighting. So through NATO, on the field of Ukraine, there is a sort of what has been called from some experts surrogate warfare, where weapons are given, people are trained and go to the front. But on the other hand, the EU is quite stuck with the sanction, with the normative power. Now, when it comes to the approach, the liberal approach, there is one simple problem, if I might speak of Russia, that Russia has never been able to accept and implement in its domestic or foreign policy guiding principles of democracy and the rule of law. Never, since the 1991. Or if they did it on paper. They did many reviews of the Constitution, but what happened on the 24th of February, what happened in 2014, 2008, so these are all things that, let me say, this is impossible for them to accept, rule of law and democracy, as we see. And what can be said is, what can be next, no? The question that many people ask, what can be next, what will be the next step? Russia is a system with what is being called the super troika, which affect the mentality of people in the Kremlin. And there are three main things that are threatening politicians. Now, they feel threatened on the borders, since the 1721 treaty with Finland. They feel the border as a problem. Then there is a great inefficiency in the administration, and there is an efficiency in the economics, which is based on gas and oil. On top of that, the inability to accept liberal values as a driving principle for the society. So there are two options. There will be, Russia will not disappear, even if the war ends tomorrow. That's a given fact. And what can be done from a liberal perspective is to find the right people to speak maybe inside. In the previous panel, I heard about disinformation, but there should be also information. So finding someone to create a dialogue is a duty of liberals, probably. Otherwise, there will be continuity, but in this sense. And in the upcoming years, there will be just another, the second Cold War.
Thank you for that grim scenario, I would say, and reminding us of the duty as liberals to talk, to search for an opportunity for dialogue. We've heard a very clear statement on dialogue versus defeat this morning by our impressive Ukrainian speaker. Now, I would like to ask Vlad Botos. You are here from Brussels. It would be nice to have you on screen also. To tell us what do you think about the response, the current response, and the larger questions which will be on the platform after the war, maybe.
Yes, thank you. Hello, everybody.
Oh, sorry, we can't hear you yet.
You hear me now?
Still not?
By me, the microphone is unmuted.
Maybe you need to unmute yourself.
It is unmuted.
You are. I'm looking for
It's
technical
unmuted.
support.
Can you hear me now? My micro is unmuted.
Still can't hear. Very sorry about that. Can you try
Now?
again?
Hello, everybody.
Yeah, wonderful. Okay, fantastic.
Okay.
Yes.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for inviting me here today to take part in this debate on such an interesting and important topic. The conditions of the Black Sea, because we are in the Black Sea Security Conference, these days are extremely complicated. If a few years or even months ago we could have talked in theory, now we have to consider all practical things that are going on in this region. And if we discuss about the liberal response or approach, I would like to say first that the Black Sea must be an open sea, and we must reach this status and this approach as soon as possible as a liberal response. We cannot stay a big lake with just one country controlling the key to it. A big part of the economy of the riparian countries are depending on the maritime transport, and it is high time to stop the Turkish control over who goes in and out of the Black Sea. The status of closed sea made it possible for Russia to have the military advantage in the Black Sea. And the strong relationships between Russia and Turkey, with neither of the countries being very open to respecting democratic values and liberal values, is not reassuring when we talk about the security in the area. This matter is to approach, of course, after the end of the war on Ukraine, because you asked me about the future response, but is a situation that must be resolved and maybe the only one that will bring security in the area. Maybe we should spend a bit more time on the immediate danger, the war that is going in Ukraine, a war that is also including the Black Sea, because right now it is not just our neighbor at war, but also our sea. There were already heavy fights on the Snake Island, the key of the whole northwest of the Balkan Sea, since it is on the route of the three main navigation corridors that are connecting Ukraine, Romania, and Bulgaria with the Mediterranean Sea and the planetary waters. The fact that Russia occupied this island, in the first days of the war shows us, if it was needed, the importance of this rock, let's say. This piece of land that was disputed over the years is close to the route from Ukraine, but also to the Danube Delta and the NATO military base from Kogalichan. Occupying the Snake Island, Russia came very close to the NATO borders, but also very close to the Transnistrian region from the Republic of Moldova. We have seen the Russian threat growing slowly over the past few years, from the support of the aggression in the Transnistria to the 8 days war in Georgia, to the occupying of the Crimea in 2014, but nobody believed that Russia will attack again Ukraine, a fully independent country on its way to democracy. The danger posed by Russia is clear now, even through this war showed all the weakness of the Russian army. We have seen a world united to help Ukraine, to face the invader, and we have seen the invader's army yesterday retreating from Kherson and seeming to be ready to give up in some parts. I will not go into military strategies in this debate. I will let the specialists go that way, but I will approach this delicate matter from a political perspective. All things mentioned before and the late development are showing that Russia will, with all the weaknesses, is still considering itself as an international player in the security sector. It is true, Russia is still having the nuclear weapon, and it represents a bigger danger because of the reactivity, the expansion tendencies, the dreams to re-become the great empire that once was. I think we have to change the attitude we have towards this country, and I say this also here in the European Parliament. We have to have a real debate at the European level, but also at the international level, and decide how do we want the future to be. Where do we want Russia in the international security and economic network? It is important that we define this. So we can act, not continue to react to the invasive and belligerent actions of Russia. We have to be ones who are setting the tone. The question is, are all the great powers in the world ready to accept that one of the great empires, one of the great powers from the past, is no longer able to play in the big league? Are the former alliances and former enemies willing to put Russia at its place? And underdeveloped country till this former giant will become a real economic and democratic and liberal player. As we've seen in the past months, we can be independent from Russian gas, and with a bit of time and coordinated effort, we will be able to be independent from all Russia's resources. I truly want to see that day in which we can have an honest and open cooperation with Russia to appreciate the plus value that the Russian civilization can bring to the world, but we have to be clear and honest and recognize that this is not the time. The leaders from the past 100 years have brought destruction to Russia and the whole world, and also to my country, Romania. You are in Bucharest, and you can see some things that have been done from this system. This destruction is not only physical, but it is also a destruction of the ideas, of the great projects. It is the manipulation, the disinformation, and the continuous attempts to undermine democracies and the liberal values in the countries that the Russian leaders consider to be their vassals. The countries around Black Sea are living under this manipulation, under this disinformation and continuous attempt of dominations for ages. The latest years showed, however, a real hybrid war in which the influences, the party supported by Kremlin, tried in some countries, unfortunately succeed to take the power, to put its own people that are constantly diminishing the democratic rights and freedoms of those countries. This is another side of the Russian war, and I think we need to act and recognize all these actions for what they are, acts of war. We need to change the delicate approach and start a real defense, even develop effective barriers against this hybrid war. We have the proof of these actions for years now, and we need to act like we are under attack before it is too late. These attacks are not only on the countries on the Black Sea, although here they have a particular success, but we saw the Russian involvement and attempts of destabilization in all the consolidated democracies of the world. Russia, as it is today, is a danger, not only for the countries at the Black Sea, but for all the democratic and liberal countries, or for those who want to become democratic and to share our liberal values. And I think it is time to act and stop this war on all of us.
Thank you very much. You gave us the opportunity to talk now about a very specific question. What do we want the Black Sea to look like? Because you said we need an open Black Sea. And also about the larger question, you know, what do we want our future to look like? And I would like to give Dan Barna the opportunity to choose one or the other path or answer both questions.
Okay, the Black Sea context, it's quite relevant because I was mentioned in the previous intervention that the reaction of the NATO countries and European Union countries was significantly different than Mr. Putin expected. Because we know Germany was well known for a soft diplomatic approach with Russia many years. And the changing of the new chancellor was quite spectacular from that perspective. Turkey, which is looking to the NATO members, most likely the most friendly-like to Russia, invoke the Montreux Convention and block the Bosphorus and to Russia worship. And all these positions were not exactly foreseen. Or in this context, it's clear that the Black Sea, it's a gate for air for Russia because the sanction mechanism is working. And because these sanctions are functional and are generating not just frustrations, but also loss of credibility and money and economic power for Putin regime, any opening through the Black Sea to the rest of the world, because we know very well and we notice that there are significant countries in the world now which are not seeing the liberty the way, or the liberal values, let's call them like this, are not seeing the liberal values the way European Union or NATO or the Americans are seeing it. So in my opinion, the blockade to the west of Russia, starting from the northern, the Baltic countries, and ending in Turkish, including Black Sea, should be maintained as strong, as consistent as possible. This is a line very important, because in this moment, any weak points identified and speculated by a desperate regime, because Putin thought he will have Ukraine on his pocket in 3 weeks. It didn't happen. He's quite frustrated. We are seeing massacres and attack to the civil areas and civil buildings, and we saw all the tragedies which are happening in the last weeks. All of them are signs that they are desperate. I mean, because the saving face in this moment, it's far to be reachable, or the solution is to maintain as long as possible and as strong and consistent as possible these sanctions, and Black Sea is a key area from that perspective, and I don't see any opportunity to open it in this moment.
Thank you. Francesco Cappelletti, would you like to comment on that?
Yeah, absolutely. Regional implications are fundamental. And we also will push Putin to be more and more reliant, Russia, more and more reliant on, because of the technological backlash that they are experiencing now, having all the market closed, toward China, which might seem, no, there is a Russo-Sino alliance. Yes, but it's dependency. It's way different in technology. And we know we're talking about strategic autonomy a lot in Europe, and yes, a desperate totalitarian regime losing on the battlefield, and also having to be more and more reliant on imported technology from China. So do you see Putin going with the head asking for microchips? That's what's going to happen because we closed the doors. So that's the other big implication. And this has also other implications on its own, because with the new the establishment of the new Communist Party and the confirmation of Xi might even have a different perspective on the war now, so in the upcoming months. The international dimension also for Russia has another implication. So Russia is out of the important, let's call them important diplomatic tables, whatever they are, G20 or even BRICS or other, because Russia is now the villain worldwide. And even took it from China, because in the past year before, 2020, 21, it was China that was trying to colonize the world with economy. That was the idea. There was many articles. And now it's Russia. So those are the implications. Technological backlash, difficulties and dependencies, implosion of the economy, I don't know, because unfortunately you just lower the quality of life inside your country, and if the population is willing to accept, you can survive, let's say, with their own. So, I mean, seeing Russia completely imploding economically, I don't know, I'm not an expert on the matter, but the opposite of what he wanted, he is for sure achieving in the international chessboard. And yes, as you said, underestimating the idea of Europe was a big mistake, because Putin probably thought Europe is unable to act politically, Europe as European Union, because of that there are different approach to, and so he erased the EU from his imaginary international chessboard, and this was a critical mistake, in my opinion, a very big strategic mistake that goes with the failure in the battlefield. Because the Russian army is not as amazing as it was presented in the past 20 years after the fall of the Berlin Wall. Sorry, but that's data.
Yeah, so you mentioned China. When we now in Germany have a debate on globalization versus self-sufficiency. There's been a recent veto by the German government for a purchase planned by a Chinese company, two companies wanting to purchase semiconductor production companies. So there is this trend, and you also called for not an open Black Sea, but it's a gate. We need to keep it closed. So is our new liberal answer not globalization anymore?
Well, globalization is here and it's still running a part of this conflict area and the neighbor area of the conflict. Because if we are macro-focusing what's happening in Europe, actually the answer of NATO, of European Union, it's a global response to a direct aggression of one member of an international community who has decided to become villain. I mean, it was not just one country or another facing Russia. Okay, Ukraine is in the unpleasant position, in tragical position to directly fight on the field, but all the support Ukraine is resisting because it's coming, it came and still coming, the support of the global world, the democratic one at least. Or from this perspective, I don't think the idea that the countries should put a head and look in their belly exclusively could be a solution. I mean, the necessity to stay together around these values, which are not only in Europe. I mean, the desire for democracy, for freedom, for justice, for tolerance, it's a universal human rights in a way everywhere in the world. Okay, not all the parts of the world are developed enough for this in this moment, but that's the line. What Mr. Putin is trying to drag the world back in the Middle Age. And we cannot accept this. What happened after the war started, it was not only the government reactions, and I would dare to say the government reaction was the second layer reaction. The first one was the direct citizens of the neighbor countries, and Romania was one of them. And in 26, I was there with the truck with medicine and food in Chernowitz and helping them, and all the citizens starting a day-by-day support service for Russian Ukrainians. And because of the solidarity of the European citizens, first the neighboring countries and then the others in Europe, because of the pressure of the citizens which shown solidarity, the government have to react, such as this is exactly happened. Actually, I mean, remember in the first days it was, okay, the SWAT convention, four countries are not exactly determined. In 2 days they became determined. And it was not the first day all the governments reacted. But the citizens' reaction, the people having the reality that democracy is in game in this moment, generated the reactions of the government. And the global cooperations at European level, at NATO level, at the democratic world level, it's critical and it's necessary to exist. And yeah, globalization in terms of cooperation of democratic countries should exist, and this is the answer.
Yeah, I've also been listening to repeated calls that the solidarity must remain with Ukraine because that is the strength of us in this war.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. But I think thinking a bit ahead, there should be no gray zones. Whatever will be the agreement, whatever will be the end of this conflict, there should be no gray zones, and there should be clear red lines in dealing with the future Russia. And this is a duty, this is another duty of the European Union, not only because it's at the border and because it has been exposed participating, in supporting Ukraine, but it's a duty because, as I said, we can't think that Russia will be disappearing in 3 years, or maybe, but again, it's not the only forecast. So no gray zones, especially when it comes to trade. The same has been done, or there is the idea in Europe that should be done with China when it comes to human rights, fundamental rights. So you have to adhere to our idea of human rights and values, and then we can cooperate. Which doesn't mean necessarily protectionism in the pure sense of the word, because strategic autonomy or sovereignty, whatever you want to call it, is never protectionism. But it's dealing with the partners, and especially when they are like-minded, like the US, Taiwan, Japan, but it's also dealing with rivals. Now it's enemy also, let's say, because there is an ongoing conflict. But to take care of the future relation with rivals could be done as soon as possible. In my opinion, that's the duty of and it could be even a step up for the quality of foreign policy of the European Union, because one thing is talking about the compass, the defense, reshuffling this idea of common defense, and one thing is putting on paper something very practical, which we can adhere, all of us, no matter what our special relation with Russia has been in the past, because now there is some impossible to cross red lines, and they should be put on paper, in my opinion. It could be even a good exercise, even better than many other legislative exercises that has been done while we are speaking in Brussels. This could be done, and this is very, very specific and can be used.
Yeah, can I follow up when you said no gray zones? And trying to put it into practice. So now we are seeing that for managing the energy crisis in Europe, there is the risk of replacing Russian energy with energy from other autocratic governments. don't need to look very far. But on the other side of it, there is obviously China. So are we replacing Russia with other countries where we might need to deal with gray zones or in gray areas? How do we put that into perspective?
I think that, not being a politician, it's important to create a system of mutual trust when it comes to trade. Of course, when it comes to illiberal democracies or totalitarian regimes, there is no deal. There should be that's why an uncrossable red line. So you are doing atrocity towards human rights, we don't deal with you. In this sense, we can have some sort of trade relation for mutual coexistence. And there are different layers in diplomatic relations. You probably know better than I do. But war is the worst. There are a lot of different layers of possible relation you can have with state, unpleasant relation even for both parts, but that affect negatively someone. Which, for instance, in the case of China, we cannot survive without Chinese components, but they cannot survive without our export at the moment. And for 10 years, at least 15 years, until they create the new markets in other parts of the world. So that's a window of opportunity where to intervene. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there is a completely different perspective on this, and it's not an expert, just giving my ideas.
Yeah. Mr. Barna, would you like to comment on it?
I'll comment a bit, and then I will ask my colleague Vlad Botoš, because from Brussels it's always a change. It's daily change, in fact, to keep relations with all the parts of the world. So I'm curious how the things are seen from Brussels. But my position is actually every conflict, and war it's even more than a simple conflict, it's also generating opportunities in many ways and in many terms. So Mr. Putin is betting that the Western society is at the end of a cycle, and he's trying to reimpose the bipolar world with you are either with me, either against, and all that previous lines available after the Second World War. Or the opportunities for us having this, in a way, fully expected solidarity generated by the war, because it was also questions, will everybody stay in the line? And it's good for us, for European Union and for NATO, that they proved to the real crisis, they proved that we are able to react in the normal manner, in the fair manner. And having this opportunity and this energy in the society to react against an aggressor, it's an opportunity to show the other parts of the world, which in this moment, Brazil, India, the countries which are not exactly siding in this moment, let's call it like this, to show that the democratic mechanism and the liberal values in a broader sense are a solution for stability of the society. Because the bid for all the governments in the world is how can we maintain our society stable and functional and on the way to a normal development. Okay, with the particularities and all the elements. Or now, this work, it's an opportunity to show that the democratic regimes working together are the functional and the real answer for this kind of situations and for this kind of concerns for the governments. I mean.
Thank you. Vlad Botoš, would you like to respond to that?
Yes, I would like to combine the answers from your previous question with this question, and I will be not so long like my last intervention. We need the global economy, we as a European Union, but also we need autonomy in the main sectors, and we saw this during the COVID crisis. You remember how hard it was to find some masks, some medical things, because everything was produced in China, like we done in the last 30 34 years, I think, since we start as EU to produce in China, since China opened their economy. This is why we already have the taken steps in the EU. Look, for example, at the battery alliance, for example. And I'm very happy that we have a good guy that is thinking in this domain, and his name is Thierry Breton, the Commissioner for Internal Market, a person who understands these things and understands that EU must be a global player, like the President of the Commission said when she was elected in July 2019. And EU must be a global player, but we need to be also independent and don't lose our independence, economical independence, and to be dependent on other autocratic regimes, like you say. We was too long dependent on the Russian gas, and we still are. And we should think about this. For example, we are also pioneers. We have many programs financed to support the renewable energy. We, as a EU, we are pioneers in this domain. We voted for the Green Deal, and we should be the first who get this big step forward, and this means the decarbonization. And I'm very optimistic, even now the situation and the near future looks to be great. I believe we don't have gray zones to make now a game of wording. And the parts who are now near to the European Union, and I'm speaking about Ukraine, Republic of Moldova, and Georgia. Ukraine and the Republic of Moldova, they are candidate states since June, but also the Western Balkans, they will be members of the European Union and members of the NATO.
Dear guests, we do have about half an hour left before we close today's session, and I would like to invite you now to raise questions to our distinguished guests on the dais. Not everyone at the same time, please. Thank you.
Okay, I'm Georgi Sirbiladze from Georgia. I got one question about how do we see negotiations with Russia. We had some Ukrainians who were saying that Ukraine should show its strength on its negotiations, but what about the European Union? How do you think how Europe should pose itself? What's the position they must take? And what experience of 90s, when there was a big help from West to Russia, was not necessary? And what are the lessons from the past? And what is the future? How do you see the future of negotiating with Russia, especially West and Russia?
Negotiating with Russia
after the war ends and
after the war.
After the war.
I hope you were taking, but perhaps a new Yalta conference. But again, I'm repeating myself: no gray zones, clear red lines, and security guarantees for Ukraine. Why the war happened? Apart from all the rhetoric that you can create around the war, happened because Ukraine, rightfully, because it's its own right, started tracking a trajectory towards Europeanization, so detached from the post-Soviet past and going towards Europe and towards NATO. And this is simply something that the current establishment could not accept in the Kremlin, inside the Kremlin. That's okay, oversimplifying, but that's it. And so we have to make this effort in terms of life that as people that have been is dying on the field in Ukraine, you know, it should be in our mind, in the mind of who is gonna do the negotiations, because it can't be something that is forgotten. Simply should be the right of Ukraine to choose where to traject its own future. And if it's Europe, there should be clear red lines and, okay, don't touch it. That's their own decision, that's their freedom. That's it, I think.
This myth of negotiations, which are sort of panacea for all the conflicts and all the elements, it's not exactly right. Because if we are reducing the scale and we are considering that the most well-known in terms of deal with terrorism from all the countries in the world is we are not negotiating with terrorists. Because negotiating with terrorists, it's always opening and opening new threats. Because it's like a stimulus, like an encouragement for any kind of terrorist to become aggressive and materialize their threats, saying, okay, we'll get something in the end. So this is why the governments are officially not negotiating with terrorists. When we are discussing about international politics and the international relations between countries, where of course it's more complicated, the context, this line is still available. Because if in this moment we are saying to Russians, I know you asked after the war, but the answer is connected in a way with the war, with the existing war. Because if in this moment we are saying, okay, let's negotiate, but we'll give you 20%, 12% of Ukraine, Mr. Putin, are you okay? This is not a way. It's clear not a way. This is why it's so. This is why a Romanian Minister of Defense had to resign, because he embraced for ignorance. In fact, he embraced this line, and which is completely stupid and wrong. It's not about an ignorance of a certain strategic things. It's wrong as a message to encourage a position which helping the others and the narrative of the others, because it is in Romania, and I'm sure in Georgia is the same, the case, is that lines of neutrality. It's not our war. The Russia supporting in guys and in organization and people are delivering, in the Romanian society at least, this line. It's a problem of Russia between Ukraine. It's not about Romania. We shouldn't care. We should stay aside. Our nation, it's so proud. It's not our. It is our war. It is the liberal war against an aggression of a dictator, of a terrorist dictator, which is trying to change the establishment of the world. Because if we stay aside now, then the rest of the world will stay aside when Mr. Putin will come in Romania and will come in Moldova and in Georgia and so on. So the negotiations in this conflict, in this particular conflict, are exactly like my colleague mentioned, are about how the Russia after the war, after the Russia will lose this war, because in this moment, NATO and the European Union and the democracy and the liberal countries cannot afford to quit this war. That's the reality, in my opinion. So because of this, any negotiations after the war is not a negotiation, it's about, like in any loose war, it's about the way Russia is coming back to the decent discussion table of the international relations. That's the only negotiation available. There is no other things to trade with Russia in this context. This is my opinion.
Thank you for making that clear.
To answer to this question.
Please.
Yes, I am not only a friend and a political partner with Dan Barna, and we build together a liberal party, but we think also and have same ideas. And I want to answer very directly. It is not the European Union to negotiate. The Ukraine is the one who has to set the terms. They are at war. The European Union can only support Ukraine like we done, all the free world done it, but those not have the right to negotiate. If it would B, to have a liberal approach, we should accept the independence and power of Ukraine. They are the ones who have to say if, when, and how they can accept to sit at the same table with Russia, with an invader who committed war crimes.
Thank you very much for your question. I think it really sparked an interesting response and a very clear one. Any further questions? Yes.
You remembered me now in your answer one old liberal issue, and because we're talking about liberal responses, I remember that it was Guy Verhofstadt and ALDE 8 years ago when they had these 8 points or something like this, and there were 2 lines there. It was they are militating 8 years ago, so a lot years ago, before war and everything, about the common defense on the borders. And also, it was launched by ALDE and then dropped a little bit, the idea of European common military or a European common army. So my question to you, to all the speakers, is just to comment the reality or how realistic would be in the next years to have maybe a European army or not. It was a liberal proposal at all of the European liberals.
Thank you, dear colleague Reimer Wagner. You're opening a completely new set of panel discussions with this, absolutely interesting. But now, if you can respond to that in a short manner, please, the floor is yours.
Okay, I already mentioned that every conflict, every war, it's also generated opportunities. In this moment, having a war and having an urge to react, and reacting, in fact, we can see if the present defense mechanism with NATO and the cooperations through the NATO structure, it's functional or not. And following the outcomes of this, of what's happening these days and in this war, we can decide if it is the right path to create an European army working together with NATO, or to enforce each European country support to the NATO large umbrella. So in a way, it's a test de la vérité. It's exactly this conflict which is developing these days. And I'm also curious if the present mechanism will be sufficient for a good value for our liberal, for the liberal countries.
Yeah, just one very simple few lines adding. If you pose this question, you also open up to the idea of European defense market, which is quite substantial. There are quite a lot of important industries that contribute to, for instance, the famous F-35, that are assembled in the US, but with many components, and especially the high-level military components produced in France, Italy, Germany, Spain, Romania. So, well, it could be nice to have maybe another panel with a better expert than me on this thing, but I'm sure that there are also opportunities in this sense. Can Europe, the idea is not only can Europe have the personnel to create an army, yes, of course. Can Europe build something based on the NATO? Yes, of course. But can Europe be also strategic, can reach strategic autonomy in self-defense, in the defense market sector? Who knows?
Mr. Votos, would you like to answer?
Yes. First of all, I'm a strong supporter of the idea to have a European army like my colleague from Ireland, from the European Parliament, Guy Verhofstadt. The idea of the European army is talked at this moment, and we do agree with the need. But there is the need to have the agreement on the European Council. And as you know, we have the unanimity. The NATO is very important, and I'm very proud that Romania and other Eastern countries from the former communist bloc are members of the NATO. But my opinion is we should have something more. EU must be able to protect itself, but it will be decided at the Council, national level, Prime Minister and Chief of States. As you know, we need the unanimity at the Council level, so there will be quite a while till this will be the decision. But as in the COVID crisis, and I don't want to open another topic, but we saw that we need also a health union, that we need to act as a union. And also this war showed us the same, that we need a European army.
Yeah, but I have just one question too, because you're both politicians, so it's just, I take the opportunity to learn something myself. Guys, for instance, the NATO, the Treaty of North Atlantic Alliance has been signed in 1949, and there is anyone that is alive that was in the room when they signed? I don't think so, maybe some very young assistant. So, I mean, it's just a matter now of signing a new treaty. If we have best practices, we have an opportunity now given by Putin. Oh, another thing that he didn't want to give us. He gave us an opportunity to think about this kind of stuff. Okay, the council is one of the hurdles, because the other is the commission, don't forget. And but I mean, it's a matter of signing a new treaty. Who should start this procedure? From where should come? From people? Do you think should come from people as politicians? From where should?
I'm not agree with you. I'm not agree with you, and I give you some facts. Also, the Constitution of the United States is signed 240 years back, and they also keep it, and they bring only amendments. I think the NATO treaty, it's good how it is, but we in the Council and the European treaties need to act, not to change everything from zero and to rebuild everything.
Mr. Marna, anything to add to that? I would very much like to thank the panelists, but before I do that, I see a final question.
Hello, and I'm from Ukraine, and I would like to ask you about recommendation and just your opinion. So, should Ukraine maintain relations with Russia after our victory? And how exactly should this happen? Just your opinion. Thank you.
After a war, for sure should exist a settlement. Ukraine have to win this war, because Ukraine fight is actually the free world fight against Putin and the Russian regime, and I'm sure you will win. And after that will be a settlement. In this settlement, of course, there will be people in need to talk. Exactly what happened after the First World War, when the Germans and French discussed and negotiated and agreed the way that outcome, who generated, in fact, the second one. But actually, after each conflict, there are people discussing. So for sure, there should be a sort of settlement of your victory. This is clear. I mean, it's difficult to say how will look the settlement in this moment, because we are still fighting on the streets. But the Russian nation should come back to the normal world with a different regime. I think this will be a foreseeable outcome.
I'm very glad that at the end of this panel, I was assured by the panelists that I don't need to recalibrate my liberal value compass too much. Thank you for answering some of these very fundamental questions when it comes to the general outlook of the world order after or the war, hopefully one day. And also very specific questions on trade, the Black Sea, and other questions. And I really enjoyed that our panel was discussing amongst itself. And thank you for the question from the audience. And with these words, I have the honor of closing today's conference. I have also the honor of thanking my colleagues who organized this conference for today. There's another day. We have more to discuss tomorrow, more specific questions. We look at trade route, we look at defense politics. Have a look in the program, and please be with us tomorrow again. And I'm sure that my colleague Reimer Wagner wants to take the floor for the very last time today. And I'm looking forward to seeing you all tomorrow. Thank you again to the panelists.
Hello again. I just want from Mrs. Rudik, she's apologized, but her plane had a delay, so it was not anymore possible. We opened her the possibility to join maybe tomorrow one of our panels. But until that, yes, our session for today is closed. I thank you, and also I'm happy that we have students from Romania and from Georgia opening tomorrow this closed session. Catherine will moderate it in a fishbowl manner, so I promise you that will be really something new for you. And for the public session, of course, we are starting tomorrow at 12:30, but we also have a welcome coffee from 12. But also we have a dinner, and you are all invited to our dinner. Dinner will take in the restaurant in the in the Avalon restaurant, and the Avalon restaurant is one floor. On the first floor, from here, I believe, under us. So we can take the elevator. See you soon.